Mandela. When education empowers an Eve, she brings about an significant and powerful change in the environment. Eve was the name given in the scriptures to the first woman. Eve's identity is not determined by what she has, what she does, or what people say about her, but by her ability, words, action, and deeds, which she acquires through education. Eve, education, and environment are closely connected to nature. The trunk of a tree can be compared to Eve. Roots are the education, and the branches, leaves, etc., are the contribution to the environment. She is deeply rooted or connected to the values she gets from the education, the roots, and in turn contributes to the beautiful environment around her, the leaves, branches, etc. A very good morning to all the dignitaries gathered here. I, Preeti Roy, from the Department of Biology, will be your host for this inaugural session. A warm welcome to the National Symposium, Redesigning the World of 21st Century, E-Cubed, Eve, Education, and Environment. Mount Carmel Institution imparts a holistic approach to ensure a value-based education to all the young women. We take immense pride in creating women of substance who have contributed to the society in different walks of life. As this premier esteemed institution celebrates 75 glorious years of service, we at Mount Carmel PU College are privileged to organize a 2-day national symposium which empowers an Eve through education to reform and rejuvenate the environment. A day without prayer is a day without blessing, and a life without prayer is a life without power. Edwin Harvey. Prayer is not a spare wheel which you can pull out when in trouble, but it is a steering wheel that directs the right path throughout. We now have a reading from the Holy Bible by Miss Cheryl from the Department of Biology, which will be followed by a prayer by Miss Adelia from the Department of French.
A reading from the Holy Bible from the book of Philippians, chapter 3, verses 5 to 9. Show a gentle attitude towards everyone. Don't worry about anything, but in all your prayers, ask God for what you need, always asking Him with a thankful heart. And God's peace, which is far beyond human understanding, will keep your hearts and mind safe. Fill your minds with those things that are good and that deserve praise, things that are true, noble, right, pure, lovely, and honorable. Put into practice what you learned and received from me, and the God who gives us peace will be with you. The word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Let us bow our head and feel the presence of God. God, our loving Father and Mother, we know you are here, present with us, looking upon us with love. Even as we are celebrating our Platinum Jubilee year, we thank you for the countless blessings you have bestowed on Mount Carmel institutions and on the management, staff, students, former and present. Gracious Lord, it was you who inspired us to conduct this national symposium. Redesigning the World of 21st Century, E3, Eve Education and Environment. We praise and thank you for all the panelists and the moderators of this symposium. Enlighten and guide them so that they impart their knowledge and expertise efficiently and effectively. Bless all the participants of this symposium, principals and staff, students of the participating colleges, and our management, principals, staff, former, current, and invitees. Enable them to glean vital information from this symposium, which is of paramount importance to the entire world. Bless us all so that empowered and enthused, we jointly contribute our share to redesigning the world of 21st century. May Our Lady of Mount Carmel keep us under her protection, and may we be worthy of God's continuous blessings. We make this prayer in your most precious name. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Cheryl and Ms. Adelia. I now invite on stage the Western Music Association to render the college anthem. Kindly stand and refrain from clapping.
Raise we then the joyous shout, Lord to alma mater, Lord to each professor here, Lord to all our comrades dear. May they leave us never, may they leave us never. Showers of blessings, Our Lady of Mount Carmel, may the years bring her renown, on her children be her crown. Amen to that prayer, amen to that prayer. Give us a vision bright, courage to dream, on reach our destiny, ford in all streams, to wipe away the dark, brighten this land, with our anthems raised, praise the Lord divine. Carmel will shine.
Thank you, WMA. A smile is the universal welcome. Max Eastman. It is my pleasure to welcome all the dignitaries present today. On behalf of the Mount Carmel institutions, I take the pleasure to welcome all the eminent speakers of the day who have taken the time out of their busy schedule and have come to share their knowledge and their vast experience with the student community. I also extend a warm welcome to all the respected principals, staff, and student representatives of all the colleges who have consented to be a part of the symposium. I also welcome all the retired staff of this institution and all the sisters of the convent. It is my pleasure to welcome Sister Aparna, Manager, Mount Carmel Institutions, and Principal, Mount Carmel Central School. I request Dr. Sister Genevieve, Academic Administrator, Mount Carmel PU College, and convener of the organizing committee of the symposium, to welcome Sister Aparna. Thank you, Sister. It is my privilege to welcome Dr. Sister Aparna, Principal, Mount Carmel College Autonomous. I request Ms. Babita Saldana, Principal, Mount Carmel PU College and co-convener of the organizing committee of the symposium, to welcome Dr. Sister Arpana. Thank you, Ms. Babita. A very warm welcome to Dr. Sister Sajita, Campus Coordinator, Mount Carmel College Autonomous. I request Ms. Dorcas Doss, Academic Coordinator of Commerce, to welcome our dear sister. Thank you, Ms. Dorcas. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Shamin, Vice Principal, Mount Carmel College Autonomous. I request Ms. Akhtarunisa, Academic Coordinator of Humanities, to welcome ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Akhtar. We are indeed honored to have in our midst Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, IAS, Additional Secretary, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports. I request Ms. Wahida Abdul Razak, Head of the Department of Biology, and Ms. Rani Suganya, Counselor and Chief Welfare Officer, to welcome ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Wahida and Ms. Rani. We are privileged to have our very own Carmelite, Ms. Samira Fernandez, Corporate Affairs, Century Financial, UAE, and Director of Yorsol Global Solutions Private Limited. I request Ms. Smita Paul, Head of the Department of Electronics and Computer Science, and Ms. Rani Sukanya, Counselor and Chief Welfare Officer, to welcome ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Smita and Ms. Rani. I request Mr. Radhe Shyam, Head of the Department Physics, and Ms. Rani Suganya, to welcome Dr. Anil Abraham, former Professor and Head, Dermatology, St. John's Medical College. Thank you, Mr. Sham and Ms. Rani. A warm welcome to yet another Carmelite, Dr. Sudha Bogle, former professor, Bangalore University, Department of Psychology, currently head of EduCafe Student Solution Private Limited. I request Ms. Sudeshana, head of the Department of Hindi, and Ms. Rani to do the honors. Thank you, Ms. Sudeshna and Ms. Rani. A warm welcome to Dr. S. Ramesh, Dean of International Programs and Partnerships, Mount Carmel College Autonomous. I request Ms. Sujata K., Head of the Departments of Sanskrit, to do the honors. Thank you, Ms. Sujata. A warm welcome to Dr. George Lekha, Dean of Science, Mount Carmel College Autonomous. I request Ms. Salvia Sujata, Head of the Department of Commerce, to welcome Ms. Lekha. Thank you, Ms. Sujata. A warm welcome to Dr. Suma Singh, Dean of Humanities, Mount Carmel College Autonomous. I request Ms. Muriel Barnabas, Head of the Department of Chemistry, to welcome Dr. Suma. Thank you, Ms. Muriel. A warm welcome to Major Dr. Shanta Maria B.V., Dean of Home Science, Mount Carmel College Autonomous. I request Ms. Shweta S.R., Head of the Department of Math, to welcome ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Shweta. I also take the pleasure to welcome Mr. Raghu V.N., Dean of Commerce. I request Ms. Shobha, Head of the Department of Kannada, to do the honors. Welcome, sir. I request Ms. Sherlyn Dina, Head of the Department of Political Science, to welcome Dr. S. Rajkumar, Dean of Management Studies, Mount Carmel College Autonomous. A warm welcome to you, sir. A warm welcome to Dr. S. Regina Lud Sugandhi, Dean of PG Science, Mount Carmel College Autonomous. I request Ms. Karthikayani, Head of the Department of English, to do the honors. Thank you, Ms. Karthikayani. A warm welcome to Dr. R. Shivakami, Coordinator, PG Commerce. I request Ms. Selina, Head of the Department of Home Science, to welcome ma'am. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. A warm welcome to Mr. Govinda, NSS and Evening Course Coordinator, Mount Carmel College Autonomous. I request Ms. Archana N., Head of the Department of Economics, to welcome ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Archana. A warm welcome to Dr. Sister Juanita, Director, Teresian College, Mysore, former principal of Mount Carmel PU College and Mount Carmel College Autonomous. I request Mr. Harish, Director of Physical Education, to welcome our dear sister. Thank you, sir. A warm welcome to Ms. Namrata, Coordinator of Mount Carmel Central School. I request Ms. Annie, Head of the Department of Statistics, to welcome Ms. Namrata. Finally, a warm welcome to all the Carmelites seated here. If you light a lamp for someone else, it will also brighten your path, Buddha. We now shall light the ceremonial lamp to dispel darkness so as to lead us towards wisdom, liberty, and love. I request Ms. Babita Saldana, Principal and Co-Convener of the Organizing Committee of the Symposium, to escort the dignitaries onto the stage for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, inviting Sister Arpana, Dr. Sister Sister Aparna, Dr. Sister Arpana, Dr. Sister Sajita, Dr. Charmaine, Dr. Sister Genevieve, Dr. Sister Juanita, Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, Miss Samira Fernandez, Dr. Anil Abraham, and Dr. Sudha Bogle to the stage to light the lamp. I also request Dr. Mrs. Susama Matthews to please come on stage to represent the retired staff of Mount Carmel College. Thank you very much. Requesting all the dignitaries to be kindly be seated. It is my pleasure to also welcome Dr. R. Shivakami, Coordinator, PG Commerce. I request Ms. Hema to welcome ma'am. It is said that we need women who are so strong they can be gentle, so educated they can be humble, so fierce they can be compassionate, so passionate they can be rational, and so disciplined they can be free. Only a few women can lead the life that the Lord has assigned to her and to which God has called her. One such gentle, humble, compassionate, disciplined woman is seated amidst us, radiating the space at the moment with her vibrant spirit and positivity. She is none other than Dr. Sister Genevieve, who according to Madam Margaret Alva, I quote, "We are the only two Carmelites who have celebrated the silver, golden, and platinum jubilee of Mount Carmel institutions." Dr. Sister G, as she is lovingly called by all of us, is in fact the brain of this entire symposium. I now request our dear Dr. Sister Genevieve to say a few words.
Respected sisters of the management, the panelists and the moderators of this session, this morning session, all the principals, staff, and students of participating colleges, my former loyal staff, principals, staff, and students of Mount Carmel Institution, special invitees, and last but not the least, our friends from the media. It gives me immense pleasure and joy to heartily welcome you to this national seminar. Rabindranath Tagore said, "Don't limit your child to your learning. He is born in a different age." There couldn't have been a more fitting quote to introduce our esteemed gathering to this pertinent theme of the National Symposium, Redesigning the World of the 21st Century, fondly called Triple E, which we have rechristened. It includes Eve, Education, and Environment. The panelists and the moderators of this symposium are distinguished international and national level speakers and renowned alumni. We had shortlisted 12 panelists and moderators, and believe me, all of them graciously accepted our invitation. My profound thanks to each and every one of them. It indeed feels historic and nostalgic today, because 25 years ago, as a then principal and secretary of the Golden Jubilee celebrations, we organized a similar seminar, which we called Eve and Eden. And at the request of my former staff and well-wishers, Mount Carmel PU College is again organizing a similar seminar focusing on the theme of Eve, Education, and Environment, which we call Triple C. I'm sure, positive, that you're eager to be part of what promises to be a highly informative and educative event pertaining to the topical issues of Eve, environment, and education, having reshaped from back then to today, Eve being the reason for the existence of humankind, education being the survival for humankind, and environment being the reason for the preservation of humankind, nay more, for the integrity of creation. Even as we are about to commence today's event, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have joined hands to being a part of this symposium, the panelists and the moderators, the management, the principal and staff, students of participating colleges, former staff members, invitees, and co-conveners of this symposium. The principal of Mount Carmel PU College, Mrs. Babita Saldana, and all the members of the organizing committee, and most importantly, Dr. Anil Abraham, Mrs. Shivali Ranka, Ms. Sherlyn Dice, Mr. Sham, Preeti Rao, and Ramya Lokesh, and Ms. Suzama Matthews, and all the coordinators, welfare team, and association teams who have worked tirelessly and left no stone unturned to see the dawn of this memorable and fruitful day. God bless each and every one.
Thank you, dear sister, for those words of wisdom. Dance enables you to find yourself and lose yourself at the same time. It is said that there are many shortcuts to happiness, and dancing is one of them. I now invite on stage our Indian Dance Association.
gari ri za ni za gari za ni ri za ni ri za ni za da ba.
Ga ga ma ma ba ba ni ni za ga ga ni za ga ba ga ma da ba ga ni za ga ma ba ni za. Tam da ki da jam da ki da jam di da da ki da jam tom da ni tom da ni tom da ni tom nam da ni da tom da ni tom da ni tom da
Thank you, IDA, for that mesmerizing performance. We have now come to the end of the inaugural function. Now we move on to the first session of the National Symposium. The first session of the day is based on education. If you are not willing to learn, no one can help you. If you are determined to learn, no one can stop you. This is the core of education. According to Sadhguru, education is about empowerment, about cultivating a human being to the highest possible potential, a tool for fulfilling the immensity of being. Our esteemed panelists for the session are Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, IAS, Additional Secretary, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Ms. Samira Fernandez, Corporate Affairs, Century Financial, UAE, and Director of EOSOL, Global Solutions Private Limited, Dr. Anil Abraham, former Professor and Head, Dermatology, St. John's Medical College. Our moderator for the first part of the symposium is Dr. Sudha Bogle. Dr. Sudha Bogle is a former professor, Bangalore University, Department of Psychology, currently head of EduCafe Students Solutions Private Limited, and educational consultant. Ma'am is a PhD in psychology and was a professor and chairperson of the Postgraduate Department of Psychology, Bangalore University, Coordinator, Center for Psychological Counseling, and Coordinator, Yoga Center at Bangalore University, from where she took voluntary retirement in March 2009. She has more than 43 years in the field of education and academics, with experience in research, teaching, and counseling at the postgraduate and undergraduate level. She has been involved in assessments at all levels. At present, she heads EduCafe Student Solutions, involving helping a student find where his potential lies and realize it. She, along with a team of psychologists, have impacted the lives of more than 150,000 students across India and abroad through their assessment, counseling, and training initiatives. Dr. Sudha Bogle was a first-class student throughout her academic career, an ex-Carmelite who did her graduation from Mount Carmel College, where she was a rank holder, and then went on to do her post-graduation from the Department of Psychology, Bangalore University, where she was awarded the first rank and the gold medal in her post-graduation. Her areas of specialization include gender roles, psychology of women, psychological assessment, cognitive psychology, child development, and clinical psychology. She has been a chairperson and member of the Board of Studies and Board of Examiners for Bangalore University and several universities across India. A trained HRD facilitator and conducts workshops and training programs for the academic and corporate world as well as governmental organization. I request ma'am to take over the function and lead us to the first session of the National Seminar on Education. I request the esteemed panelists to please come on stage. Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, IAS Additional Secretary, Ms. Samira Fernandez, and Dr. Anil Abraham.
Good morning. There's a deep sense of nostalgia as I stand here today. Being an ex-Carmelite, I joined Mount Carmel for my graduation in 1973 when we were celebrating the Silver Jubilee, and this auditorium came up at that time. And now, 50 years later, I'm here again for the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. The entire center of gravity of this building, this institution has changed. There was no Pew building at that time. It was the Fatima Hall, where we conducted our exhibitions and even put up a shadow play. During our final year of graduation, for the college day, as Sister Genevieve will recall, we as a class decided to put up a play. We were more than 40 of us in our literature class, and we had to come up with a play where every one of us would be on stage. So we came up with the idea of the cavalcade, where we traced a young girl's tryst with reading. We started with Red Riding Hood, and I was Red Riding Hood. And Sister Prasanna, one of my classmates, was the wolf. We went through Enid Blyton's Five Fine Doubters and ended up with romance, Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice, a book that was part of our syllabus. What did it teach us? That academics and education is much more than just studying, that while marks are important, and unfortunately in India, your marks card is your visa to get into the college, course, or career of your choice, there are other skills and competencies such as collaboration, teamwork, communication, creativity that are equally important. And some of our speakers will be talking about this today in our deliberations. Education in India underwent two tectonic shifts in the last 2 or 3 years, and all of you all would have experienced it. The first was the corona pandemic, which changed our views of teaching and teachers. And the second was the National Education Policy 2020, which changed what we teach in the classrooms and encouraged a more skill-based engagement and student-friendly or student-oriented way of education. Lots has and will change in the field of education and learning in the weeks, months, and years to come. But one thing is for sure, we are never going back to what we now call, or the pre-crisis era, which we now call BC, or before Corona. This is now behind us. We will have to let go of the syllabus as it existed. We will have to somewhat relearn the normal or the expected order of classroom teaching. We will have to rethink contact hours. We will have to revisit the notion of everyone having to do the same thing at the same time. We will have to re-examine assignments that invite cheating. We will have to recalibrate control and authority, because in online teaching, very often a teacher is teaching to a blank screen. We never know who's listening to us or who is not. We will have to question assumptions about what students want. We are not the experts anymore. And we will have to correct perceptions about students' access to technology and a teacher's relationship with the same. The notion of a teacher or an educator as the knowledge holder who imparts wisdom to pupils is no longer appropriate for the purpose of the future. With students being extremely tech-savvy and being able to gain access and even learn many a technical skill through a few clicks on their phones, tablets, or computers, we will need to redefine the role of education and the teacher in the classroom of tomorrow. This may mean that the role of teachers will need to move from facilitating or move towards facilitating young people's development as contributing and employable members of society rather than just lecturing. What are its advantages? How do these changes affect us? Teachers will go more tech or be tech-enabled, and in the end, this can improve the efficiency in the delivery of content. But we still need to remember that in this equation, the teacher is still the most important person. Technology can only deliver. The teacher is still the enabler. And as I keep reiterating, technologies and computers are willing donkeys. For the present, forget about AI. They will do what they are asked to do, and only the teacher can do the asking. So teachers in the field of education will never be replaced. However, the focus of their role may change. So can teachers now become facilitators in the learning process? Can we flip the classroom? Can we use the Khan Academy, Salman Khan, not the actor, but the educationist, where students learn at home and come to the class to do quizzes, assignments, deliberations, debates, etc., with the teacher as the facilitator. Blended learning and personalized education will come to stay. There will be, going forward, a great opportunity to develop new forms of blended learning, where online, it need not be synchronous, it can be asynchronous, but the online education will give us a lot of control over how much and what else can we learn. Learning will become more flexible, and we will need to address the need to upskill and reskill in this digital economy. The demand will be more for work-relevant courses or learning paths and learning experiences that prepare students for AI, augmented reality, virtual reality, machine learning, blockchain, big data, cloud data analytics, etc., which are applicable to every field of study that you all are involved in now. We will see a significant thrust towards experiential learning too. And most important, AI will personalize learning. With big data and analytics being used correctly, personalized learning experiences can be created, which may in turn help to resolve some of the challenges, including disengaged students, high dropout rates, and the ineffectiveness of the traditional one-size-fits-all approach to education. With a personalized learning experience, every student will enjoy a completely unique educational approach that is fully tailored to her individual abilities and trend. This would directly increase students' motivation, and being a psychologist, of course, that interests me, and reduce the likelihood of dropping out. It could also offer professors a better understanding of each student's learning process, which would enable them to teach more effectively. Teaching life skills will also be needed for the future, and this pandemic gave us more reasons for academic institutions to reimagine education and realize the importance of teaching life skills while students are in college. Studies have shown that resilience and adaptability, skills that are going to prove extremely essential to navigate life, were extremely important during the pandemic. And this is what we will also be talking about in today's work. And last is the importance of mental health and well-being. Another very important lesson that the pandemic taught us was the importance of focusing on mental health. With everyone going through turbulent and traumatic times, collectively, people were more open with each other to talk about isolation, emotions, and how each person coped with the situation differently. This made us realize that even though we were isolated, we were all connected, and that collective actions were vital and have a significant impact on the health of the entire society. Tomorrow will be a new dawn. We can make of it entirely as we want in our own hands. Change is desirable. Change is inevitable. Change, in fact, has been forced upon us. Whether we use this opportunity to advantage or let it pass us will decide whether the future will shock us, or we will create shock absorbers that will, in fact, use the impact to cushion us in our journey to a better tomorrow. With this, Let me introduce our speakers. Our first speaker for today is Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, IAS, a familiar name to all of us. She is at present the Additional Chief Secretary at the Planning Department, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, and there could be no better person to start the proceedings. Dr. Shalini was the woman topper in the 1989 batch UPSC, and I was thrilled to know that she had done her master's in psychology, where she won the gold medal. She then did her MBA from Australia and her PhD in rural development. Her experience as an IAS officer have brought her laurels. She has been a people's person with public service as her mission. It is during her stint as Deputy Commissioner, Belgaum District, that she handled so admirably the worst floods of the century. She has won the second best Panchayat Raj National Award in 2012. She has steered the revolutionary legislation in Karnataka's Guarantee of Services to Citizens Act 2011, popularly known as the Sakala Project, and all of you all must have heard of it, which won the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Civil Services. She has several other awards to her credit. She is a prolific writer and has 13 books, 8 in English and 5 in Kannada to her credit. Apart from articles, lectures, and interviews on the TV and radio. It is with pride that I invite her to speak. She will be speaking on skills and not frills, changing priorities of education today. Dr. Shalini. Since Dr. Shalini may have to leave in between, we will have the questions for her session immediately after she finishes. Thank you. Dr. Shalini, the stage is yours.
Atiti Devo Bhava. We still have to welcome two important guests who have come. Mr. Raghu V.N., Dean of Commerce. I request Ms. Shobha from the head of the Department of Kannada to please welcome Sir. I also request Ms. Sherlyn Diana, Head of the Department of Political Science, to welcome Dr. S. Rajkumar, Dean of Management Studies, Mount Carmel College Autonomous. Thank you, Ms. Diana. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good morning to all of you. Awake? Good morning. Are you looking forward to this? Great. Some are awake, some are not. Are you looking forward to hearing this lecture? Thank you. I have a small presentation to help you, but let me first congratulate the most prestigious college, Mount Carmel College, and all of you who are privileged to be part of this autonomous institution, which has created a big name for itself worldwide. And in fact, you are lucky enough to be in this. But at the same time, just remember how many of the girls are not so lucky to be not in any institution at all. Just keep that in mind, because if you're looking at redesigning the 21st century, there has to be an inclusive growth. If 50% of us do not move forward at the pace of others, the country will not move forward, the society will not move forward. So while we look at how to make ourselves march ahead, let us also try to see, can I bring along one more with me? So with these thoughts, I wish to share with you some technical details about the education policy and governance. So let's all be very, very proud to know that Karnataka is the first state to implement new education policy. and we are all part of this wonderful revolution. I'm 67 born, so look at the first education policy almost along with my birth. When I was in 10th standard, I was planning to look at what my future should be. Should I become a doctor? Or should I become an IAS officer like my father? And my father asked me, are you really interested to be a doctor? Or just because the fashion or the normal thinking is that brilliant students have to take science and they have to become doctors or engineers. That's the way people used to think that time. So is your choice of profession being pushed because of what others think is important or what you think is important? In my impressionable years of 10 years or so, which I had seen my father working for the public service, I had a natural attraction towards the profession because the only thing that attracted me was that even on Sundays, people would come to him with their grievances, and they'll go back smiling in a few seconds. What is it that in governance my father was doing to bring smile on their otherwise so depressed faces? It was that concern, it was the power that the governance had to bring in the desirable changes among the people who needed it most. When I started preparing for the IAS, those who had passed out, I asked them how to go about it. And you know what they said? I'm sorry, I'm saying it in an educational institution, but they said, forget about what you're doing in the class, 10th standard onwards. IAS is a different game altogether. They are not asking you about the questions which are there at the back of the textbook. They are not also dependent on the model question papers. So what is it that they're asking for? They're asking for application of knowledge. How many of us really think of applying the knowledge that we gain through whatever subject we are studying? Just be honest and tell me. How many of you would have applied the knowledge, anything, any chapter, whether in English or in any other technical subject? You really applied it in your life. Anybody applies? How many? Let's see. He's taking the picture for proof. That is where I feel new education policy has come of age. It is talking of application of knowledge in our actual life from day one, not after 10th standard, not after graduation. Okay, one more easier question. How many of you are very clear as to what you're going to do after your present degree? 20%? No, more. 50%? Okay, great. So, another 50% are still not having clarity of what they're going to do after their degree or whatever course they are doing. Why does this lack of clarity about future happen? Because we don't know what is it in store for us, where is the demand lie, what is going to be an external situation that will facilitate my going into that kind of a career. One excellent innovation that in Karnataka we have brought in with the help of CSR of a company and UNICEF is Unnati Code Unnati project, wherein you can just type in Code Unnati and look at career counseling online. Anybody tried this, Code Unnati? Please try after the sessions are over. See that they will try to ask you what your interests are and where the opportunities lie globally, not just in India or Karnataka, globally. Then you can pick up the roadmap to that. They will also guide you as to which college you should go to, which degree you should do, how much time it takes, how much it costs, how to apply online, and so on and so forth. The point is that we have many teachers, but we do not have many career counselors. To know about the career counseling opportunities, we should know where the market is trending. Where are we going ahead? So I have a quick comparison between the first industrial revolution. When did it happen? History students, when did it happen? First industrial revolution? Louder. It was not 19. 200 years back. Now we are in the fourth industrial revolution, where we are looking at holistic development, we're looking at facilitation, we're looking at customized, self-directed education. There is no limit to learning. Today also when I come here, I'm not coming here as a presenter, but I come here to learn. And that's why I make the session interactive. I need to learn. I need to update myself every day because things are changing every day. And if we don't update, then we are not up to the mark, as they say. Anyone can teach and anytime. So the maybe BC, as you said, era has transformed these kind of impressions on the educational thing. And let me say that my daughter is a living example to this transition. She is a product of COVID SSLC exams. And after that, she decided, I don't want to go to school or college. I can do my self-study. And I can pursue so many other hobbies that I am not getting time because I'm stuck to those 8 hours of schooling or educational institution. And today, she spends just 1 hour on every subject, 1 hour or 2 hours a day, and rest of the time, she's a belt holder of taekwondo, she's a dancer, she's a horse rider, you name it, and she's there in every activity. There is one single sentence I would like to leave with you. If you pursue something which you like, believe me, you will not feel that it as a stress or a tension or a burden. But if you pursue something which others have forced you to, it will be difficult to sustain. And in Kannada, I am fond of using these words. Ishta pattu, kashta pattidre, kashta ansalla. You will not feel the pain if you do it with wholehearted interest. So here are some changing definitions. We thought education will lead us to career. And now you know there are many more goals and paths. I asked you this question, how many of you know that which career you are going to take up? Just look at the statistics. Less than 50% people are employable. Employable is different from employability. Employment. You are not even employable. That means even if you want to join, you are not in a position to get a job or create a job. Why? We'll come to that. Which are the areas where we are having more employable talent? So it is engineering, again, traditional, MBA, pharma, and then suddenly there is a drop when you look at Polytechnic, MCA, ITI, etc. Which is strange because that's where the hardcore skills lie. So what is missing is the gap between education and skill, the soft skill. I'll come to that. Where are you getting maximum employment? Samira is here from the financial services. Banking, financial services, insurance, they are consistently found from 2018 onwards, getting a huge employment opportunity made available. Other sectors being also keeping up the pace. Which are the states which give maximum hiring facility and spend on education? In Karnataka also I've shown. Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra. They are producing the maximum employable, skilled youth power. Where does the maximum supply of employable talent come from? Other states. We find these states on the eastern coast are contributing to more of actually drain. Why so? Can anybody answer this? Why is it that you are getting the more employable talent is there, but they're not absorbed there? They are moving out. Lack of? No. They are educated. That's why they are talented and employable. Opportunities, economic opportunities. And economic opportunities, Who is supposed to create economic opportunities? Huh? Government, yes, but not all. It's the private sector. It's the entrepreneur. It's the entrepreneur who creates, a raw material into a product, right, which sells. So this is where the employment scenario of self-employment is much more important today. And why do you think Karnataka or Bangalore particularly is having a huge employment opportunity? What one sector leads to huge employment opportunity? IT sector. So you find people from all these states, they're skilled, and they come to Karnataka to get employed. And do you know where the highly skilled people or youth of Karnataka are going? Abroad. They're looking for much more better opportunities. So coming to the skills, if you look at the skills which are available in Karnataka, numerical reasoning, critical thinking, computer skills, we are good. English expression, unfortunately, is not keeping pace with the requirements of the job. That's where, when you look at learning outcomes right from the primary education. So this is another soft skill which helps you express when you want to go outside for any employment. Now I come to a very critical question which is very relevant to this premises. What is the disparity of female employability and employment? Though females are readily available with their skills and education and degrees, whatever, but their employability and actual employment is not matching with that of men. You know the reasons, I will not get into it, but I'll just show you the critical figures. We have 32% gross enrollment ratio in higher education, and just look at girls versus boys. In only social science sector, we have more girls than boys. And in social science sector, we are not looking at employment or self-employment opportunities to a large scale. That's where a huge scope lies. As policy makers, I have been taking up this issue at different levels, that women are defined as employed only when they go out or get paid for their labor. But what they do as a homemaker also, or as a family related activity, is not today considered as employment, which is wrong. I don't think that is a right projection of, because if the women say, okay, I'm not going to do household things, I will not produce children, then what will happen? It has to be considered as an economic value. And one study happened in US where they said that if a homemaker's different aspects of skills and labor involved was quantified in economic terms, her salary would be equivalent to any CEO of a multinational company. Now it's just a question of policymakers that they value the quality of work, value the economic productivity of that work, which woman alone can do as far as reproductive role is concerned. But then time is there to change the attitudinal patterns, mindsets that we have, which again our new education policy, looking at both girls and boys' employability, has to bring in as a change factor, because otherwise girls may get education, may get skills, but finally may not end up as employed, quote unquote. If you look at the labor force, that's the reason we show only 30% women in the labor force. We have about 20% self-employed enterprises owned by women, and 70% of the unorganized sector, which is agriculture, has no mention in employment scenario as a. So some of the studies, they will inspire you to get into the skills of your choice. The study says that if you raise women's participation in labor force, it can increase India's GDP by 27%, means 1/3 increase. And Honorable Prime Minister has given a call that in the next Amrit Kal, not only Amrit Kal, by 2025 or 2027, we should aim at $5 trillion economy. How will it happen? Only if all the human resources of the country are productively engaged in labor market. The per capita income of women, people are estimated to increase by 20% if the women are paid equal to men. And finally, by providing equal participation of women's labor force, India could add $3 trillion to our GDP. Commerce students will understand that better. This is a state of political thing. Doctors, engineers, yes. Why not politicians? Why not women have more representation? I'm sure many of the women who participate in youth parliament are, last year I remember there was a girl who got awarded by the Prime Minister at the national level for a wonderful presentation in the youth parliament activity. I'm sure many of you are participating in that. So why not politics as a career? Why politics should be the career is that if you want decision making to be in the favor of the gender and bringing it back to your 3E or E cube, Eve, environment and employment, or education, employment and environment, we have to ensure that the decision making has equity, a gender equity at the base of its decision making, and it's only possible when more and more women are reaching the highest levels of policy making, be it corporate sector. Now Samira is here with you. Like that, we have all the principals of Mount Carmel, all women wonderfully doing a job, taking the institution to greater heights. Similarly, the studies also show that wherever we have women CEOs, the productivity of the company is going higher. So why not? Why not attempt at these uncharted or less exploited potential areas in the days to come? Finally, I would like to bring you to the internship thing. My suggestion would be that all of you must take internship. At present, 46% prefer to go for internship. But my suggestion to all of you is try the internship of 3 months or so in any area of your choice. And for that, I am offering you internship with the planning department of Karnataka, where I can put you to any department of your choice, any area. You want to go to education, you want to go to aviation, you want to go to industry, make your choice. All you have to do is put your application through www.sevasindhu.karnataka.in and you can get the internship with any department that you want. In the forthcoming International Day of the Girl Child, we are coming up with a novel movement inspired by the UK diplomat. I don't know how many of you would have read. They have offered one-day diplomat seat to a girl who comes through the competition. So we are offering similar opportunity to girls who are interested in youth empowerment and sports. One day we will connect you with our district youth and sports officer. Be in that office for a day, see what they do, see how you can make changes. And I'm tempted to share one innovative idea given by one girl in similar workshop that we had. She said, "Madam, you're always worried about teachers not being there. 50% of the strength of teachers is not there." She says, "You don't need too many teachers." I said, "How?" It's very simple. You give us 10 standard students, as on today, give us only 10 standard, all teachers. Then ask 10 standard students to teach 9th standard, 9th to teach 8th, and so on and so forth. Good idea? Is it a good idea? Yes. So why don't you try, sister, in Mount Carmel? Some of the sectors where freshers are being hired for internship are, again, the financial sectors, the engineering, manufacturing, and internet business, then the software and the hardware sector. You can make your choices. The skills that we require in the coming year itself, not too far away. For those who have not made their career choices, look at networking, finance, specialized engineering, e-commerce, and smart governance. I'm very happy that artificial intelligence has been now introduced as one of the syllabus, and believe me, the startup sector, which is doing so well in Karnataka, is because of our edge in IT. Let us pile on to this riding horse and then move forward to chase the dreams that we have. Just wanted to share in the end a partnership that we have with American India Foundation and Dell Technologies. They have offered future workspace skills training to anybody and everybody who likes. We've already got, I think, 10,000 people registered. It's an online course, doesn't cost you anything. Feel free for those who are still yet to make up their mind as to what next for me. What do I do to make my own identity unique in this universe? And finally, I would say that there are so many other schemes. Very recently, Government of Karnataka has introduced two very important schemes for the self-help groups. About 500 crores each has been put for that. Every self-help group is able to get 10 lakhs from the bank, out of which 1.5 lakh is government's subsidy. That means you don't have to pay that back. And why I'm suggesting a self-help group concept is, you must be knowing that in Karnataka, women's self-help group has been a very, very successful model after Bangladesh, as you would have heard of. Similarly, boys' self-help group was never there, so we've now introduced boys' self-help group also. Self-help group, all of you know, you are in small friends circle. I'm sure as you're sitting with your friends. But will that friendship be over once you cross the boundaries of your college or your institutions? Can we continue to have this group, cohesion? Because what I cannot do alone, a group is certainly able to help you do that. One can be marketing expert, one can be technical expert, one can be accounting expert, and so on. So with these words, I hope that the days to come, we have the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In that, women, equality, and environment, and quality education, and employability. These 3 E's are very much part of that. By 2030, we should achieve this goal where the entire planet has a sustainable and a prosperous growth, and that is what designing the 21st century will go a long way. Very soon, we are going to complete 100 years of independence. We just completed 75 years of independence. Next 25 years are yours. And let those next 25 years, everybody look at India and Mount Carmel. Thank you.
Will you take questions now, or do you have to leave? Do you have to leave? Okay. Dr. Shalini can be with us for a little longer time. So let me then. Thank you, Dr. Shalini. You spoke about matters that touch my heart. In 1984, when I did my PhD, I did it on a topic called fear of success. Why girls do not achieve their potential. At the SSLC level, we'll find many more girls getting ranks, but then suddenly it peters out. And just talked about it. Part of our gender role socialization, we believe that because women are child bearers, they are also the only child rearers. We believe that if a man works very hard and earns enough money, the role of father and provider are complementary. Whereas if a woman works, her role as mother and employer are contradictory. So the minute she steps out of the house, she's actually doing something wrong. And therefore, she juggles both. We have seen pictures of women in locals in Mumbai. When they're going back home, they'll be cutting their vegetables so that they can start cooking as soon as they reach, whereas men are playing cards. So household is supposed to be a part and parcel of a woman's work. And as she rightly said, During our research, when we used to ask women, do you work? Most of them said no. But technically, from physics, work is expenditure of energy. So a woman is actually working much more because she gets up before everyone else in the house, and then she sleeps later than everyone else. And yet, she feels she doesn't work because she doesn't generate income. We all now know that education and financial independence are the two routes to empowerment. So how can we do this is something that we will discuss in the question and answer session that follows. Our second speaker for today is Dr. Samira Fernandez. While Dr. Shalini brought in her experience with work with the government, Dr. Samira brings to this forum her experience in the corporate world of work. So you will get both pictures. She has held several positions across the corporate world and is at present Director Corporate Affairs, Century Financial at UAE, and Director of Ecosol Global Solutions Private Limited. She has worked with Cyan Microsystems, Jet Airways, Gulf News UAE, Century Financial UAE, etc., and brings with her a wealth of experience. She has won awards and recognitions for her exemplary work. She won the Global Women Leadership Award for Leadership Excellence in CSR in 2022, the Nirbhaya Award for Brave and Courageous Women in 2018, the Chanakya Award for Best Media House Leader in 2022, and several more. She is also the author of 2 books. She has done a bachelor's in business management and then her master's in corporate communications, and at present is a research scholar, and has done a doctorate in global leadership competencies. She has several other certificates in her resume. And last but not least, Dr. Samira is an ex-Carmelite. So she is one of us. She will be talking today on accelerating India's innovative leadership constellation towards new global competencies. Dr. Samira, the stage is yours.
I can get a cordless mic, man.
Which one?
Last one.
This one.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one.
Just like that. This is the one. This is the one.
No, not this. Yes. Does this work? Yeah, I will start with this. Absolutely delighted to be with all of you today. A big round of applause to the Carmelites, fellow Carmelites, alumni, teachers, faculty, my former dean, Dr. Ramesh, my former principal, Dr. Sister Genevieve, an example of thought leadership and also a very futuristic leader. My beloved Sister Juanita, Dr. Sister Juanita, who has also guided me a lot through my early years in my career. Dr. Sister Arpana, Dr. Shamin, Dr. Sister Sajita, Dr. Ramesh, also to our very honorable panelists here, Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, Dr. Sudha Bogle, Dr. Anil Abraham, such enigmatic personalities, and to you all. I've come all the way from Dubai, and I am super excited. I was waiting for this day for, Sister, months together? Sister told me a few months, and I said, Sister, give me the dates. I'm going to book my tickets in advance. But there's a secret I need to tell you all. My children actually think I've come for them. Yeah, but you all know what I've come for, right?
Yeah, so that's our secret. So do you know why I'm here? No, not to give you a speech. Anyone else? Huh? No one? Quickly. I have just 5 minutes to complete my talk. I've come here to give you the golden ticket. Yes. You know that kaun banega crorepati and you have all that glitter there? You're going to get better than that. You're not going to get it for just a moment. You're going to get it for your lifetime. A world full of opportunities. So are you ready? So I'm just going to ask you for one thing. I have like a 5-minute presentation, a lot of colorful images because I don't have much to speak. But are you going to pay attention to me? Okay, okay. Is it okay if I roam around the stage? I just can't stay in one place, yeah? Is that okay? Great. Can you hear me here? Super, super. So I've come to talk about, can we read the topic together? Accelerating India's innovative leadership constellations towards the new global competencies. So I just thought that this would be a great place for me to, show you what the world has to offer so that hopefully today you could change your minds. You could leave this beautiful auditorium where I have stood over the last 20 years and sang and, made a fool of myself most of the time. But I hope that you get inspired by at least something in these slides. So what does this say? Yeah? I think we need to switch off the lights. Yeah? Yeah. I need you to look at the stage, not at me. So what does it say in white? Can we read that together? Reimagining our futures. And my hope is that from now, for the next 5 minutes, you change your perspective about life. You change your perspective of your career, your profession, and say, exactly like Dr. Shalini's Rajneesh's daughter, what else can I do with my life? How can I spend my time well? She gave us so many opportunities, so much that I took it down as well. And I hope you all are taking down notes in one way or the other, because today is a day you can change your lives for the better. I want to start by talking about, the United Nations Sustainable Development Programs, which we are very closely working with. And it talks all about reimagining our futures together. My focus here is only on one aspect. Although I have 20 years in education, I was also the former director of a college here in Bangalore and also an advisor with Theresian College currently in Mysore. And my aim is to tell you that quality education starts from its grassroots levels. We were trying to compare which country really offers the best. And we did a comparative analysis of 3 big countries, which is the UK, the US, and the UAE. Are you all aware of the 2030 roadmap? No. You know what? It was signed between which countries? I can't hear you. India and UK. You know why? Because the world, the governments want to empower you. And now it is time where the governments have played their role. But I need to ask you, are you here in supporting, in taking this forward? Yes, I love that. Whoever that young lady is, please stand up. I would like to give you a kiss, at least a flying kiss. Who is that? Someone who said, yes, ma'am, I heard that. Yes, stand up. Mwah, that's for you. Proactiveness is a great trait for success. And when opportunities come knocking on your door, you need to stand up or you take one step forward. You remember my talk. Excellent. So let's go back to the India-UK Virtual Summit. What happened on that day? What happened during the summit? Did two leaders just meet or did something really happen? So there was a partnership that happened, and there's a strong agreement over a 10-year period. But most importantly, one thing, whatever you study here will be recognized in UK. And whatever they study there will be recognized in India at Mount Carmel College. So please decide and seek avenues that you can explore so that when you go to UK, which I'm sure will happen, you will know that you have chosen the best course and doing what your passion really feeds into. Let's take the US for example. What did the US focus on? You know what they said? We want students to get into the workforce earlier in life. That means while you are studying, you look at internships, you look at placement, you look at opportunities to grow and nurture your talent. And education, according to them, they say, with the impact of the fourth industrial revolution, is changing rapidly. And what does that also mean in terms of technology? Yes, there is a 90% change, technological advancements. Is there anyone here who's interested in computers, technology, IoT, future? Anyone here? Excellent, excellent. Anyone else? Super. How about you all here? Yeah. Wonderful. I do not know why, although I love talking to you all here, I don't know why they are catching my attention for some reason. So that's really great. And what did the US say? They said they're going to focus on 4 key areas. One is schooling extended. What does that mean? That means even while you learn right now, we can look at international collaborations. How many of you here are open to global collaborations? Be it your studies, with the same fee, no extra fee. How many of you? Super, super. How about you on top? Excellent. Give yourselves a round of applause. You know what that means? That means you are all aligned to the future. What is the second area? Education outsourced. What does that mean? That means you can also venture out into different learning aspects. Third, school as learning hubs. They're going to break down school walls to show that school becomes your lifestyle. Whatever you study here, you can implement it in your personal and professional. And fourth is learn as you go. So online classes, online education, work from home will be the future. Now comes my favorite country. Do you know which one? Yeah, Dubai. Well, do you know something? While I was doing a research on education, Dubai, the UAE, which is actually a very, very small country, they have a 2071 centennial plan. And I was shocked because all of us talk only about 2030, right? You know, a few years from now. 2071? Amazing. And then I tried to deep dive because I'm also a research scholar. I tried to find out. And they say, have you seen this? Museum of the Future? Wonderful. Museum of the Future is where they outline the strategy of the UAE government, specifically with regards to empowerment of women and education and many other areas. And they came up with 4 areas. They said, let us prepare the nation for future generations. Let us excel in the field of education, economy, government, to look at employment opportunities. Let us also think about the environment through climate change, biotechnology, and space settlement. And finally, let us see how can we improve the lives of the next generation. And they have come up with a massive integrated education plan, which I'm not going to take you through, but one thing I can tell you, school leadership, education leadership rates really high. The UAE vision is also talking about how can they enhance the lives of the communities. Have you seen this? Anyone? Do you know what this is? You know, in the immigration office, you have immigration officers. This time when I walked through immigration, there was no one. And I just looked around and I said, no one's going to check, the validity of my visa, etc., etc. And they said, no, ma'am, just go and keep your passport there, show the residency visa page, smile at the system, and they would know all your credentials. And you will not believe it, right from the time of checking in my bag, entering the airport, there was absolutely no human connection. This is the advancement of technology, and this is the future. I don't see it as the future because they say, I say it's the future because it happened to me. I experienced it. And I would like all of you to start thinking in that direction. Imagine a world with high levels of automation. Have you seen this? Yeah? So this is from the Dubai police force, where they had a security exhibition. And this robot actually exists. And this is what's going to happen all around. I believe even in Bangalore, there is a restaurant which has a robot. Have you gone to that place? I haven't, but it just shows that it's time for us to broaden our horizons. How many of you are really thinking about a future with all this out of space and exploring different territories? You know, Dubai has a 21, excellent. You know what Dubai says, their government? 2117, they will have their residents as inhabitants on different areas of space. So basically, instead of saying you're traveling to Dubai, you can say, oh, I'm going to Mars or Neptune or, one of those areas. So what is the vision now for India? I come here because of India. Do you all have a vision for yourself? Yeah? How many of you know what you want to do in future? Super. Excellent. That's great. And I hope you all are working towards it, because it's very important to have a vision for yourself, a vision for the next 5 years, 10 years. But I would like to ask you a question. Do you really want to get a job and be a job seeker? Or are you brilliant enough, which I believe all the Carmelites and all those who are sitting here in this august audience to attend this symposium? It's time for us to be job creators. It's time for us to be creative. It's time for us to tread on our own new path, follow our passions, and move ahead in that direction. Can you all see this photo? Do you know who's sitting here? Who is that? Come on, quickly. Huh? Yes, Dr. Shalini Rajneesh. I had attended an event with her not too long ago. And she was, give her a big round of applause. I was so proud to see a young lady take great strides in working towards the future of the nation. I've been out of India for 30 years. But when I come back every time and I see, at least women in such positions moving together in such strong leadership, I am in total awe of them. And this is one area to say that we have great leaders amongst us who work for the future of the country. I'm also as part on the European Boardroom Advisors. So anyone who's looking at moving towards collaborations with other countries, Europe, and across different areas of the world, these are my colleagues. We will all support you all together. Although I'm from the corporate field, I told you I was the director of a college, and that's where I had a lot of interactions with global educationists, Oxford, Harvard, Cambridge, and I learned a lot. And it was really nice for the education minister to release my book. I would like to request all of you, I will share the copies with the management. Please take some time to go through it because it outlines the future of education and what is required in this world. Also, the Nirbhaya Award, again, is facing a lot of areas, as you know, with some recent cases that have turned up. Please do not stay quiet. Do not be a bystander. It was Nirbhaya, and now you know it is someone else. As women, wherever we are, please raise your voice and let the world know when there is injustice done. I'm also from the corporate field. This is with the Bangalore Chamber of Commerce in their managing committee. And I am doing my bit to ensure that we have great ties with the education and corporate world in India and the UAE. These are some of the courses we did. I would like to fast forward a bit and quickly take you through. This is one initiative. Do you know this lady? No. PepsiCo, excellent. What's her name? Indra Nui. And she had a discussion with Her Excellency Reem Al Hashmi, who are working on taking things forward. Very quickly, there are some leadership competencies defined, strong ethics. When you become a leader, it is very, very important to watch what you talk, also watch your actions and words, because you never know, you might have a lot of people following you as a role model, and we always want to live up to the best in our community. You also need to be a great organizer. How do you organize your time? I'm currently on work, although I've come to India. So, we need to know how to balance family, children, work, a demanding husband, and many other areas. Efficient learning. I am currently doing my PhD. Hopefully, I complete it next year. Learning should always be a part of life. Nurture growth and connect and build on your networks as much as possible. I'm going to fast forward, but I'm going to share my presentation with you all to see that what are some of the competency gaps that India are facing and how can we kind of work our way towards it. I also want to thank Dr. S. Jaishankar. You know him? Who is he? Yeah, so we work with him very closely with NIAS as well to look at collaborations between both countries, to identify skills, and to see how we can make a difference. I spoke about innovative constellations, and I hope through this symposium, we can have a constellation of our own with futuristic thought leaders, of students, the faculty members, government, and entrepreneurs and business. Very quickly, I want to talk to you about the future of jobs. Do you know any of these jobs here? Yeah. But do you know what the future is all about? 4 areas. Innovation, okay? The second you have on automation and analytics. The third is on sustainability. And the fourth on collaboration. I'm not going to take you to research now, but if you keep that in mind, you will know 2 things. The world is moving forward towards automation, and there is less increase, as you can see this chart, on human requirement in certain specific areas. This is an example of the risk of automation in certain jobs in the US. However, coming to skills required, analytical thinking, always remain curious in life. And I think that is important. I also want to highlight the role of women in certain areas and where you all can really excel, because this is part of our DNA. Have you heard these jobs? A farmer? So you have people who genetically modify and grow crops according to certain areas, and that's going to be the future. You have a self-driving mechanic. You know these self-driving cars? The future of automation. You know what is a space miner? Currently, when they mine, it is all on Earth, but very soon, people will reach out to space. And you have a space junk recycler, you have an autonomous transport specialist, and many other jobs. You have a drone manager, because very soon we'll have so many drones in the sky as well. A data detective. I like the one of a virtual identity defender. You know, with a lot of morphing and Photoshop and everything being used, these are the future of jobs. I want to also, before I conclude, talk to you about what the sustainable goals really mean to all of us. When we talk about quality education, it's all about education and inclusivity. Currently, we are working on a very specific project. It is called, can we read it? Education for Peace. We have a lot of people only talking about it. We will do this. I wanted to make a difference, as I commented last time. My heart belongs to the community at Jammu and Kashmir. This was represented in the UN a few years back, along with Afghanistan. The governments of the world gave a green signal for the UN to work in Afghanistan, but not in Jammu and Kashmir. And in the company I work, we have 40% of the staff from Jammu and Kashmir. So what I did, can you see this beautiful picture? I was there 10 days ago in this beautiful land of Jammu. And what I did, I went and visited these places. Have you seen this place before? No. It's a school. It's a place where children go to school. But unfortunately, you know what? To enter the school, you need to walk on a very hilly terrain. I twisted my leg 20 times. It took me 1.5 hours to walk and reach the school. They were children from the age group of, I think, 4 years to 14 years, girls and boys. They did not have a proper washroom. They did not even have teachers. They just had one principal who was like a headmaster. They had 2 other volunteer teachers. And this is the kind of welcome I got when I went in there, because they really respect their guests and treat them like God. And I felt overwhelmed because I did not expect a school which has absolutely nothing to take care of their own. And these are some of the pictures of the friends I have made. This little boy here, they have fire in their belly. They have the thirst to learn. They do not even have books. Some of them do not even have parents. But they really want to learn and come up in life. And what we did, so we have the principal there standing at the back, some people from the panchayat. So what we have decided to do is we are taking care of about 11 to 12 government schools in the remotest area of a district called Doda district in Jammu. And our aim is to empower these young children, give them global opportunities, give them better opportunities in life, and listing this with the United Nations. There was a big language barrier because I don't know Hindi well, and the only language they know is Hindi. But if you go to my Instagram profile, you will be so touched to see the ways they have connected with me. I even taught them songs in English with actions which they picked up. This is another area in another school, and I'm talking to them about how important it is to be an effective communicator. These are children from a school which, is so difficult to enter, and some of them walk for 2 hours. 2 hours one way to school. This is another school in a place called Mohalla in Doda district, and all of them are really capable. It's just that they lack opportunities. And this is with, the Zonal Education Hub bringing students and teachers together. And this is the young boy who came to me and said, "Ma'am, I want to study." And it was so, wonderful to hear these people. So I want to end, but before I end, I just want you to know what are we planning to do. From Century Financial, the company that we work with, we are tying up with the Indian Institute of Science, we are tying up with the Indian Institute of Management, the National Skill Development Corporation. I met the director of NIAS, also who would like to join us in taking this forward, and also with the Ministry of Education in Jammu and Kashmir and UAE. And my request to you is find a way to come and join us in this program. Be a mentor. Teach them what you like. Empower these children. We will connect them to you, and we are listing this as a UN global project. Many universities across Dubai, if you can see the names, are offering us exchange programs, twinning programs, mentoring opportunities, research, cultural exchange. We are also trying to get 250 students from India to Dubai in February next year for a cultural exchange program. And we have the members from the Dubai Women's Council, Business Women's Council, who are ready to support and provide a scholarship for 10 students each. So if 100 women can support 10 students each, you know how that can grow over the years. This is the company I work with. The CEO and chairman is from Jammu, and Doda is his district, and that is why we thought, let us be very authentic when we take things forward. This is a first step. Which job of the future will you be preparing for? I would like to leave by asking you one question. It is the future of jobs or the future of life. Whatever you're doing today, ask yourselves, is it an education for living? That is, you take care of yourselves for today, or is it an education for life? Thank you.
Thank you, Samira, for an excellent, energetic, and interactive session. While Dr. Shalini spoke about the role of education, women, and employment in India, with special focus on Karnataka, Samira spoke about the global scenario and where and what can we do to improve our lives. She concentrated more on automation, on the STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, and medicine courses. The idea is now changing to STEAM, where they're realizing that arts can also contribute to better living and opportunities in the fields of STEM. So all you students who are not in science, there is still a lot of scope that you all can join in. Our last speaker for the day is Dr. Anil Abraham. In most symposia on gender and Eve, it is generally by women, for women, on women. And by doing so, we miss out on half the population, the male population. If we need to bring about change in society, we have to carry forward all of us, men and women. And therefore, I'm thrilled that in this eCube Symposium on Eve, Education and Environment, we have Dr. Anil speaking to us. Dr. Anil is a dermatologist. He is the real doctor here, and was the professor and head of St. John's Medical College until recently. He trained at Stanford University and was a Rotary Exchange Fellow to Birmingham. He is an ardent environmentalist and has helped in, I'm sorry, I don't know whether that was a signal for me. No. Okay. And has helped in re-greening the Mount Carmel area in Vasant Nagar. Dr. Anil is an excellent communicator, is a TED speaker, has been invited for national and international conferences. He will be speaking today on the extremely relevant topic as per the NEP 2020. Education has to be more than classroom teaching. Dr. Anil also claims to be an ex-Carmelite. Little surprising, I know. He did his nursery education at Mount Carmel. and thus was influenced from a very young age by Mount Carmel values. Moreover, his mother has taught botany at Mount Carmel for several years, and therefore he has a strong connect with the college. Over to you, Dr. Anil.
So something is putting. Something is. Laptop, you know? Yes. Something is putting. Your laptop. No, this one only. Yeah. Presentation is on this. Yeah, it's just right.
So this is Murphy's law you're seeing in demonstration. If anything can go wrong, it will.
I don't have a laptop. 1 minute, I'll check. I'll give it.
Asking for another laptop. No, I USB I got.
If you want my USB, I got you. Just want.
So the irony of my presentation is I'm talking about education outside the classroom. And for the last 2.5 hours, we've kept you within a large classroom. So which one do you all prefer? Inside the classroom or outside? Outside. That's why we see so much of you in Vasant Nagar. At Raju's shop, right? Mexican chaat is the favorite with Mount Carmel girls. I'm one of those old uncles watching you all the time. Or scolding you all for parking outside my house. Yes, send, just send. You open. So a couple of the previous speakers talked about technology, right? So this is one of the problems with technology. We have some of the old retired teachers here. They just needed to turn to the blackboard and use chalk. It was so simple. Now the more complicated and the more technological you make it, the more chances of failing in something. But one of the soft skills that I'm attempting to teach you is to learn how to deal with failure. Because like I said earlier, Murphy's law, things will go wrong. And how you deal in life when things go wrong is what makes the difference between a successful young woman and someone who cannot handle failure at all. So you're hearing a lot about mental health problems nowadays, and it's because in colleges, within the classroom, we don't teach you how to handle failure. If you know how to handle failure, if you're able to take it in your stride when things go wrong, then you're absolutely equipped to face the world. So education beyond the classroom, does that sound contradictory to you? Because everyone is wanting you to sit in the classroom and get attendance, right? 90% of you are attending class only for the attendance. That shouldn't be the reason you're in class. That shouldn't be. I'm saying it's our responsibility as teachers to make sure that you're there because you're learning something either within the class or outside the class. The first thing that I used to do when I used to teach my MBBS students, and I'm not recommending it for any of the teachers or students here, is I used to enter, give the attendance register to the students sitting in the front row and say, mark everyone who is neither hospitalized nor dead present. Because I'm sure all of you want attendance, okay? Sister Genevieve hasn't heard this. Miss Babita Saldana hasn't heard this. I'm just telling you that the reason you're in the class should not be for attendance. It should be because you want to learn something. So I'm going to take this, like a classroom lecture, a little bit through these topics. You're able to see that clearly? So any of you are familiar with this term, catch-22 situation? Have you heard of it? Not heard of catch-22 situation? It's an odd situation. It's based on a novel by an American author called Joseph Heller. And if any of you have been in a situation where there is no right answer, you can't make out, it's an absurd situation, you don't know how to deal with it. There is this man who's coming to speak on a symposium on education, and he's saying education takes place outside the classroom. It's like a catch-22 situation because everyone wants you to be in the classroom, and I'm saying most of your education is going to take place outside the classroom. The simplest example of a catch-22 situation is when I wake up in the morning and I can't find my glasses, but to find my glasses, I need my glasses. Right? That's an absurd situation. And this is no reference to Johnny Depp, but sometimes when you're crazy, he's not crazy, I'm not saying that, don't quote me. It's very difficult nowadays because somebody will click a photograph and say, Dr. Anil Abraham says Johnny Depp is crazy. No, you haven't, Amber, heard me say that. So the problem with being crazy is that if you know you're crazy, then you're not crazy, okay? Because you're able to go to a doctor. It's similarly with what they're talking about money. The previous speaker said you have to learn financial security. Every woman should be able to stand up and earn money on her own and be an entrepreneur. But to earn money, you have to have money, and I hope one of them are going to provide you with the money or the opportunities which will help you. Lovely connections they gave you, great links, and I'm sure all Carmelites are going to be entrepreneurs and earn money. But what I'm trying to bring you to is the catch-22 situation, education within and outside the classroom. For most people, education is restricted to the classroom. Didactic lectures, as I mentioned, attendance and exams, which I'll come to a little later. Beyond the classroom is a catch-22 situation, but most of your learning happens over there. How to expand the scope of education today is what I'm hoping to be doing today with you. And for that, we come to the second point, which means think outside the box. Think outside the hall. Think outside the classroom. This is something that they say to you often, but whether you're a young lady, when you go back home, or whether you get married and you're facing your mother-in-law or father-in-law, whether you enter a job and you're feeling the lack of gender parity over there, everyone tends to put you in a box. It's a woman entrepreneur. It's a woman IAS officer. It's a woman director. I think we should remove those terms completely. When we get that gender parity in our heads is when we are really equal. The people speaking to you today to you on the panel are wonderful professionals who are qualified in every which way. Whether it's a man or a woman or a transgender, they are capable individuals, and that's what we should be looking for in the people that we see today. So think outside the box. It's time you stepped outside the cartons and boxes that society is putting for you and think outside the box. You need to let the Board of Education know that you are bored of education. And you want more education than what's being taught in the syllabus. Maybe we should try to think outside the box, not only the students, the teachers, the administrators, everyone who's running a college, everyone who's coming to speak to you. But sometimes I think we have to go a little further. Don't think outside the box, just remove the box. Think like there is no box at all. There are no restrictions for you. You can go anywhere and you can do anything. Brings me to my third point, which is, what else do you learn then? If you're not learning in the classroom, what are you learning outside? Learn from everything around you, in the classroom, outside the classroom, from your teachers, from the people you meet, from the epics that you read. So I'm bringing you to outside the classroom, but you must not enter this rigmarole, this Chakravyuha. Do you remember the story of the Chakravyuha? Yes. Who was in it? Fantastic. So I'm speaking to a very informed audience. But how did Abhimanyu get into the Chakravyuha and couldn't get out? He listened to what was being said to his mother when he was in the womb, and he learned how to get into the Chakravyuha. Like I listened to my mother, who was a professor of botany, while I was in the womb, and Sister Genevieve was her student, and I didn't understand botany fully, which is why I went into medicine, but we still need medicinal plants. So I'll revise the story of Abhimanyu for those who don't know. Shubhadra, his mother, while he was still in the womb, listened to the story of the Chakravyuha, which is the war formation in the Kurukshetra, but she didn't complete the story. Before that, she dozed off, and so he didn't listen to the full story. And what happens during the war, on the 13th day of the war, 16-year-old Abhimanyu gets into the Chakravyuha, gets blocked by Jayadratha, so the other Pandavas can't enter into the Chakravyuha, and in the process of the war, he gets surrounded by numerous good soldiers from the Kaurava army, and he gets killed. So this is the tragedy of Abhimanyu. What do we learn in education from this tragedy? Anything? One is a little learning is a dangerous thing. Whatever you do, do completely and do perfectly. Whatever field you choose to take, even if you decide to become an RJ or a DJ, if you decide to become a stand-up comic, do it well. There is nothing in life that you do you can do half-heartedly. Whatever you do, you're going to have to do completely, and a little learning is a dangerous thing. The second thing is, in class and outside, stay awake and listen carefully. Especially when a seminar or symposium has gone on for a bit long, it can get tiring for you. So each pinch each other and wake up and say, okay, this man is a little funny, let's make sure we don't sleep off before he finishes. Continuing education, learn from multiple sources. What should Abhimanyu have done? He knew a little bit about the Chakravyuha. He should have come out and gone to Krishna or to Arjuna and said, I didn't hear that story. There's a little bit more that I need to learn. Learn from multiple sources. If your teacher has finished a topic halfway through and says, read the rest from your textbook or prepare and come next time, what she called the flipped classroom. That is, they're leaving something for you to do. Please do it. That homework is the single thing which is most important. When you come prepared for a class or you prepare after class, there is a lot more you can get out of your education. So Abhimanyu should have completed his learning. He should have continued learning. And it's womb to tomb education. If you don't understand the concept that you will be learning every day of your life till you die, then the tomb part in the Chakravyuha happens a little faster than you want. So you are dying every day, you're not learning something new, so use all the opportunities at your disposal to learn every day. The war of life is a team effort, which is what Abhimanyu didn't learn. He went into the Chakravyuha alone. The other Pandavas couldn't enter. Remember, you need your team. You need your people around you. You need your counselor. You need your principal. You need your teachers. You need people who come to train you. You need your friends who are of sensible mind. Show me your friends and I will show you your future, they say. Make sure you choose your friends sensibly because they are going to make a big difference in your life. So these are some of the lessons you can learn from the Chakravyuha. But what about the elephant in the room? Have you heard that term? They're not referring to me. I know I've put on weight. That's not what we're talking about. The elephant in the room, there is always an elephant in the room that we don't talk about because all your teachers will come in and say, listen, Ma, I know you've been wasting a lot of time. There's a teacher who talks like that. I'm just making up something. Okay. I know you've been waiting lots of time. You go for symposia and all. That is not in the syllabus. It is not going to come for the exam. You do the mock papers, and now I will give you a surprise test to do that. Exams is most important. You have to pass your exams. Understood? So that is the elephant in the room. Somehow pass the exam. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world. I got fairly decent marks, but nobody asked me when they called me for a symposium, how much did you get in 12th standard in physics or in chemistry? Nobody's bothered. They'll call me to speak at a symposium if I'm competent in what I do. That's all that matters. So exams are there, but don't make exams the elephant in the room. It is not the single most important thing in the world. If you fail in an exam, you survive. There is nothing wrong with that. Try it next time again. So I'm not telling you to fail in exams. I have senior teachers in front. I have to be nervous about what I'm saying. So this elephant in the room, what do we do with that elephant? This is our education system. I'm sure you'll have all seen this picture. It's a fairly common picture. The problem with our examination system is I might be really good at something, but you're not testing me on that. You're testing me on how much I can mug up and remember. And therefore, if you're telling the fish to climb the tree or the elephant to climb the tree, he's going to be a very incompetent student and get less marks in the exam. We have to change our entire education system not to focus so much on exams and to make sure we are focusing on skills, as the previous speaker said. Each one sees the elephant differently. One teacher will come in to teach you one subject and say the whole elephant, the whole education is only the spear, it's a fan. Depending on which part of the elephant they are touching, they will tell you, I don't care whether you don't study botany, but zoology is really important. Every subject is important. Every teacher is important. Your education is important. Okay? I had a mother who gave me degree botany books to prepare for PUC because she said, anyway, if you study a little extra, it's good. So when she gave us food to eat, it was Solanum tuberosum when she was making potato palya. And if we walk into church, she would make it touch one plant and say, it's Mimosa pudica. So you can imagine what I've gone through. You all think you have a tough time. You think your parents do strange things to you. Our parents did stranger things. From when I could barely walk, the front rows didn't get the Stranger Things reference. Stranger Things they did. From when I could barely walk, they bought me that doctor set which you give to children and put that ugly pink stethoscope around my neck. And they said, isko laga dala to life jingalala. My mother was a tiger mom, a Malayali tiger mom. So from when I was in 10th standard, she said, Moine, you just study this 10th standard, you study. And if you get marks in 10th standard, then life is you're complete. Then she did it in 12th standard. Then she said, you get a medicine in the St. John's Medical College. And after that, fantastic. Then PG entrance. I finished PG entrance. I finished my MD. I finished training at Stanford. I came back. I joined the staff. And now I'm standing on this threshold. I'm almost 60 years old. And she had told me, just to finish this and everything will be okay. She has gone. I'm standing in her college teaching students. And I still don't know whether apna time kab aayega. So do the things that you want to do now. Don't wait for tomorrow. I like Dr. Kalam. He was the president of India and much more. He was a reasonable man. He says some of the brightest minds in the country can be found on the last benches of the classroom. There's nothing wrong in sitting in the last bench or talking to your friend. No, don't disturb the class. I can see some of the teachers. Or pulling out your lunchbox and pulling out one chapati roll and sharing it in class and things like that. Can't eat chips because it makes too much noise, right? So the last benches of the classroom, not all of us have been front benchers. We've sat in the back bench also. But we have absorbed from our institutions, wonderful institutions like Mount Carmel's, what we needed to learn, which is a complete education. Education goes beyond the classroom. Like sometimes when you go for a job opportunity, they'll say, I see you did well in school, but what real world skills do you have? Tests. I can take tests. That's the only thing that you've been trained to do. What should you know other than how to take tests and pass exams? So here I'm coming to what is the crux of my talk, and that is soft skills which you need to learn. How does it make you a better person? Soft skills make the woman much, much stronger, and the woman is already ready-made strong, so it makes her even stronger. So these are listed as the top 10 soft skills. There's too much on that slide. Don't bother with that. The one that I need you not to lose is the human touch, where everyone is talking about artificial intelligence, technology. Please don't lose the human touch. Read, listen, communicate, empathize, observe, question, speak. These are the soft skills that I want you to develop. Education must go beyond the classroom. You must read books. All of you who are not reading, who are just scrolling on Instagram and stopping when Ranveer Singh is lying on the carpet. There's more to life than Ranveer Singh. and whether Alia Bhatt is pregnant, and when her baby is expected. There is more to life, and what more is there to life? Read books. I've suggested some authors over here. Atul Gawande, Ruskin Bond, Abraham Verghese. Please pick up books and start reading. Inculcate the habit of reading once again, and that is your education outside the classroom. One which I don't want you to forget, and I'm stressing over and over again, is empathize. What does it mean when you say you empathize with someone? That is the touch, the human touch, which they train you very well in Mount Carmel's. Don't lose that touch of empathy. The highest education is that which does not merely give us information, but makes our life in harmony with all existence. We have to harmonize with nature, with animals, with other people, especially people who are slightly weaker. Empathize with older people. If you find somebody, a grandparent wanting to tell you an old story, and you've heard that story 50 times, it's like, Tata, yeshsati heltira, ade story. When I was 7 years old, I walked 10 miles and swam across the Narmada River. You've heard the story. Sit down and listen to him. He also wants to tell you a little bit of his man ki baat. Listen. There is no harm in that. Okay? Younger people, very small people, they want to, tell you what happened in school. Weaker people, people in need, animals, nature. This is what you should have empathy with. That is what makes you or holds you in good stead later in life. In this work against sickness, this is a slide that I use for my medical students whom I teach. We begin not with genetic or cellular interactions, which is beautiful. That is the future of science and the future of the world. But we begin with human interactions. They are what make medicine so complex and so fascinating. You can never replace a doctor with a machine. That's not what WhatsApp uncles think. During COVID, they were sending messages on WhatsApp groups, and they knew all the cure for COVID, everything. Put garlic in one nostril, put aloe vera in another nostril, then you rub coconut oil all over your face, and take one deep breath, anulom vilom. COVID is gone. Some of those people also are gone. Don't follow medical advice from non-experts, and another person not to follow is a very famous doctor called Dr. Google, because his solution to all lives is if you have a headache, it's cancer. If you have stomach pain, it's cancer. Everything is cancer. Everything under the sun, including the sun, causes cancer. So don't Google search your symptoms, leave it to the expert. I face this every day when I'm seeing patients in the clinic. Maya Angelou, who's a poet you should be reading, all women, all men, all human beings should read Maya Angelou, has said that I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Never ever consciously make somebody feel small. So this concept of body shaming, you put on so much weight, why is she so dark? Yeah, she's boring. All that kind of thing, which we subtly and subconsciously do all the time, which is why we need so many Instagram filters to make us look different from what we are. Please don't do it. Please don't even if you've not done nothing else in your whole life, at least don't make somebody feel small. That is part of a great education. The next few slides are about observation, and they are medical slides. I apologize in advance for those of you who get shocked with medical pictures. I apologize because a doctor usually is teaching based on things that he sees in patients. I show this slide to my students, and I ask them what is the diagnosis dermatologically, and they will tell me melanoma, skin cancer. They will tell me eczema, psoriasis on the eyelids. This man has come in, his history is over there. He is euglycemic, he's not diabetic, and he has hypertension, his lipids are normal, he's a heavy smoker and an occasional drinker. Now, all of them are like, sir, can we take a biopsy? Can we operate on this? How will we recreate the lid and so on? And then after they've been through all that, about a batch of 15 or 20 students posted with me at a time, then I do the next thing, which is I take a piece of gauze and I dip it in saline and I wipe his eyelid, and his eyelid becomes clean. This is called dermatitis neglecta. He has had a cataract surgery. His doctor told him, be careful when you're washing your face. So for 6 months after that, he has not washed his face. dermatitis neglecta, or the dermatitis unwashed dermatosis. For that, you have to have a sense of observation. You need to connect with your patient. You need to listen to your patient. In whatever job you do, whether you're a lawyer, you're a politician, you become a corporator tomorrow, you're a principal of a college, whatever it is, you have to connect with people and you have to listen to people. Unless your observation skills, which you pick up now at a young age, are good, you will miss out on things like this. Another shopkeeper presented with pigmentation. As soon as I show this, my students will start telling me Q-switch laser is very good for this. We can take up for 6 sessions of Q-switch laser, which will cost the patient 20,000 rupees, 1 session, and also have a depigmenting cream. No, not Fair and Lovely, not Despair and Lovely. But they want to give creams, they want to give various lasers, they want to take this person up for treatment. First of all, he's a middle-class shopkeeper. Whether he can afford it or not is what you need to do. But if you look at the side at his arm or what he has placed on the side of his chair, you will be able to see his helmet and see how much of his skin is exposed to the sun. And all you need to do is give him a good sunscreen for 2 or 3 weeks, and his skin is so much improved. That cost about 60 rupees to the patient, where his bill was going to come to 20,000 rupees. Observe, listen, and connect. Those are soft skills that you need, and this can never be replaced by a machine. How much ever artificial intelligence you get, we need the real intelligence and the real human touch of people in every sphere of life. Question. Young ladies, please question, because you're seeing so much of fake news, so much of information which is being spread from one phone to another, and unless you learn to stand up and question, it is not the learning of facts which is education, but the training of the mind to think. Think for yourself. Don't just accept everything that is said to you. Education's purpose is to replace an empty mind with an open one. Your mind needs to remain open. But the trouble with having an open mind, of course, is that people will insist on coming along and trying to put things into it. Your syllabus, right? Keep an open mind, question everything you see. It's okay to go out and say, ma'am, I didn't really understand. Can you explain this to me? But I read something opposite. I don't think any teacher minds being gently and politely questioned. You have to be able to make out the difference between fake and facts. And in this world that we live in today, I think it's a responsibility of every young man and woman in this society to question what you get on your WhatsApp before you press that forward button. Don't forward anything unless you have checked it to be fact for yourself. And dealing with failure, I spoke about at the beginning when we couldn't open the presentation, so I hope all of you get this skill. It is okay to fail. Learn to deal with failure, because as J.K. Rowling said, you've cancelled her, right? Because she said something about transgenders. It is impossible to live without failing at something unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all, in which case you fail by default. So don't be so careful in everything you do that you don't want to try anything new. Show up, stand up, and speak up is the 6th point. And I'm not going to speak here because she speaks for herself. Just look at her and learn the importance of showing up, standing up, and speaking up when you see injustice. Just 3 slides. When the whole world is silent, even one voice becomes powerful. Make sure around you, when you see injustice, that you stand up and say, I think this is wrong. It's important that we continue to speak in today's society. This is the 3rd slide, all 3 of a young woman who's made the most of her education. Please read what she says, because she talks a lot of sense. The last one is work-life balance. Everyone talks about this. How do you get this work-life balance? Listen to Sadhguru. He says there is no such thing as work-life balance. It's all life. Everything that you do inside the classroom, outside, it's all life. The balance has to be within you. You have to make sure, what is that called? YOLO, right? You have only one life to live. You have to make sure that you do everything in this one lifetime. They classify you. I talked about in the box. They say doctors are supposed to be serious people. But I want to do stand-up comedy, I do that. I want to make funny reels on Insta, I do that. There is no reason why somebody should slot you and put you in a box, because you only live once. I'm not going to get another lifetime to do all these things. As a part of clear communication, whether you're a teacher or a doctor or a content creator on Instagram, it's important that you do all the things that you want to do simultaneously, and you create the time for this. As Robin Williams, whom I love, said, you're given only one little spark of madness and you mustn't lose it, which is why I want you all to laugh, I want you all to cheer, I want you to continue to be alive in every classroom that you attend and make the most of what Mount Carmel College has to offer you. Again, Robin Williams in Dead Poets Society. It's a movie all of you must see. And to quote him, lovely movie, you've seen it, yes? Medicine, law, business, engineering, these are noble pursuits and necessary to sustain life. But poetry, beauty, romance, love, these are what we stay alive for, right? Stay alive. Make sure you're reading books and make sure you're reading poetry. And this is with relevance to me. You can't do a good job if your job is all you do. I do a job as a doctor. I do a job as a teacher. I'm very happy doing that. But I want to be on stage. I want to be in theater. I want to do stand-up comedy. I want to make reels. And I make sure that I do all that. It doesn't detract from my primary job as a doctor. It doesn't make me a less serious doctor. You can't do a good job if your job is all you do. Make sure you do other things also. So work-life balance in the true success is to laugh often and much, to win the respect of intelligent people and the affection of children, to leave the world a better place, to know that even one life has breathed easier because you have lived. This is to have succeeded. Now I end with a poem by Rudyard Kipling. If all of you are familiar with this poem, you must have read it in school and done it for elocution, but there's a slight modification. So, if you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster, and treat those two imposters just the same, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. That last line is not relevant in Mount Carmel College, right? So if Rukmini Kipling was writing this, she would have modified it. If you can fill the unforgiving minute with anything that doesn't make the planet hotter, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And which is more, you'll be a woman, my daughter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Abraham, for that wonderful talk. As Dr. Shalini Rajneesh has to leave for her official duties, on behalf of Mount Carmel Institutions, I would like to thank ma'am for accepting our invitation and coming here. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure our young generation has got enlightened about their future. I request Ms. Diana to escort Ms. Shalini Rajneesh. Before the question session, we will break in for a 20-minute tea break. Thereafter, y'all are actually thinking out of the box. Thereafter, we will resume the questioning session and interaction with the panelists and you, Mount Carmelites, and the students from the other colleges. Requesting all distinguished members of the panel and the moderator of the session to proceed to the boardroom 1 for tea. All invited guests, principals of the various colleges, former staff of Mount Carmel College, staff of participating colleges, staff of MCC institutions, and all the media personnel to proceed to the basement auditorium for tea. All invited student delegates of other colleges and students of Mount Carmel PU College and Degree College to proceed to Fatima Block for tea. Kindly hurry up and get back after 20 minutes. I request each and every participant to not eat in the auditorium. Eating is not allowed in the auditorium. Welcome back to the last part of this session, wherein you are given the opportunity to ask and clarify from the panelists your thoughts and views. I now invite the esteemed panelists to come on stage. Can we maintain silence? Participants, please maintain silence.
Shall I close? No. Okay. If you can, yeah, because things. We have come now to the most important part of the symposium. We had excellent speakers, serious, energetic, very humorous, and I'm sure you all have enjoyed the talks. But if you have been listening carefully, they raised a lot of questions, which I'm sure you would like answers to. So this part is the interactive part, where you become the questioners, and we will try and answer the questions. And even if we don't know, because as I said, we are facilitators and not here as experts as such, we will see that you get the answers. Just to summarize what the three speakers said, they all said that education does not end in your classrooms. There's much more that you need to know. While exams are a part of your life, there is no escape to it. They should not be the end-all and be-all of your lives. Success and failure will come. Use each of these as stepping stones to go forward. So what are the other skills that you require? I at least have summarized it, and I call it the 5 C's. One is communication, and I don't talk only about English. Any language to be able to communicate. Second is collaboration, teamwork, taking your group together. Third is critical thinking, the ability to make decisions, to solve problems, to think, to reason out. The fourth is creativity, thinking out of the box or thinking as if there is no box at all leading to confidence. Because if you are not confident about yourself, no one can be confident about you. These 5 C's are the soft skills that our speakers have been talking about. You have had the entire Indian experience from Dr. Shalini, the entire global experience from Samira, and then Dr. Anil, of course, put it into perspective, saying, learn from outside, think about what you can do, apply it to your own lives. Let me stop the summarization, and I will now look forward to questions from you all. Any question? Remember, if there are no questions, it means either the speakers were so good that there is nothing to ask, or you really didn't understand it went above your heads. I don't think both are applicable here, so there will be questions. And there is no such thing as a right or a wrong question. If you ask a question, you have the courage to ask the question, because the same thing would have been thought of by lots of other students who are scared to talk. So I don't think Carmelites are scared. So I think there will be some questions. Anyone? Yeah. Would you like to tell me whom you would like to address it to? Unfortunately, Dr. Shalini is not here. I think there are mics.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hemashri from MES Kishore Kendra. I feel immensely pleasure to be present here. It's my first time attending an national symposium. So my question is to Sudha ma'am.
I thought the speakers would get questions. Yes. Yeah.
Ma'am, in the ending of your speech, you just mentioned about mental health.
Yes.
So I would like you to give us all some tips, because students of this generation are very much involved in preparing for competitive exams like CET, NEET, JEE, UPSC and whatnot. We're literally stressed from 6 a.m. in the morning, 9 p.m. in the late night. So I just want you to give some tips that how can we improve our mental health, improve how our concentration, focus in the class, and we cannot let go of one class also, because fees, every class is has this much of fees. So
okay, excellent question. I'm so glad it is on mental health, my area. Okay, yes, please sit. Okay. Unfortunately, again in India, your 10th standard and your 12th standard exams are the most important exams in your life. Okay? When the NEP 2020 comes into force, then this compartmentalization will go. But right now, your arts, science, and commerce will decide what you will do. At EduCafe, we do a lot of career counseling. And there's one thing I would like to, many students come and say, tell me which career is the best, which career will get me a lot of money, which career will be the future trend. Where will I be successful? And what I say is there is no one career which guarantees you success. It depends on how good you are in that career. It is not at all, there are more unemployed engineers than unemployed arts graduates who want to work. So you should make the choice correctly. How do you make that choice? Take your abilities, of course. If you don't have an ability, there's no way that you can succeed. The second is your interest. Because if you're passionate about it, work becomes fun. But interest alone will not take you far. You may want to be a Sachin Tendulkar, a Virat Kohli, maybe a Hardik Pandya now, but if you can't even hold a bat, there's no way you will succeed. Or let's take the Indian, the Mandana, Smriti Mandana, etc. Okay? So interest and abilities have to be together. But the third part is personality. Not what type of a person you are, but personality is related to work. So suppose you are a quiet, shy girl, very happy to be by yourself, want to be left alone, and I put you into a marketing job and say, sell this product, ring this bell and sell this product. You may do it because you have to do it, you need the money. But every time you ring a bell, you have to muster up courage, because that's not you. On the other hand, you're a very extroverted girl who wants to be with friends, etc., and I put you in front of a computer program and say, debug this 24/7. Again, you have the ability, you have to do it, but while your mind is on your computer, your heart is with your friends. So if you can match these three, that is the best career for you and you will succeed. So don't chase a career that you think is good without really finding out what you are good at. Okay? Now, so that is why, and again in India, because of we believe that science is the best, commerce comes next, and way below comes arts. So if you have got good marks in your 10th standard, invariably you are pushed into science because your options are still open. Because if you take up arts in PUC, then medicine, engineering, all are out. You can never apply for it. Okay? So lots of students get into science not because that is their passion, because they have not yet made up their minds, or because of peer pressure and parental pressure. Now, having taken up science, you have to do well. You have entrance exams, and they are apart from your PU board exams, etc. How can you do it? One, study from the beginning. From the 10th standard, when you join 11th, don't stop, because most people think you've passed one mountain. Now it is, I can relax for 1 year and then start in the 12th. It becomes too much. Second, give enough time for other hobbies. We want you to study smart, not study hard. We don't want you putting in 14 hours a day or 15 hours a day in studies. Okay? So time management is a skill you need to pick up. The third is, remember, whatever you do in class is not studying. Whatever you do in your tuition class is not studying. It is what you do at home that is studying. So regular practice will help you. Have hobbies where you can relax. Have timetables which are relevant to you. And there we connect to your biorhythm. There are some children who can get up very early in the morning, some who can't get up early in the morning. So decide on your biorhythm and then fix your timetable. Don't have only study, because then you'll get burnt out. Okay? So do things every day. Don't study for too long with one subject, because after some time we know that nothing else is really going into your heads. So shift subjects, then you start studying again. Use the technique of study. There are actually scientific ways of studying. Use memory strategies that help you. Okay? So if you apply yourself when studying, then it is not rote memory, and any question that comes up will come up, you'll be able to answer. Have stress techniques or stress management techniques that apply to you. Listen to music, dance, take a walk, do gardening, but not when you are studying. So you can't be listening to music and studying, because music is always much better than studies. Okay? So plan your day and plan it well in advance, so that by the time the exams come, you are more or less, you feel that you're prepared. But remember, stress, what we say, is an inverted U, if you all know the normal curve. No stress at all, I get stressed as a teacher, because it means it's not really important to you. Too much stress, you will blank out. It is moderate stress where you want to do well and you're putting in your best efforts that you will succeed. So don't try to not at all be scared, because little fear will push you to do your best. And then after it's over, no postmortem. It's over, whatever happens will happen. Okay? I hope it has answered your questions. Oh. Any next question? Yes. If you can stand up. Yes.
Hi, I'm Aksha M from JNPUC College, and my question is to Samira ma'am. So it was really inspirational to see all of your work, and I'm someone who's very interested in teaching and moreover reaching out to rural areas and seeing what I can do. So could you give us some tips, or could you tell us how we can do that? Like, how can we reach out? How can we help?
I'm really humbled to know that we have students out here itself who would like to, who have this in their heart, because I think that is what is really important. So I'm not going to give you tips. Sorry, I didn't get your name. Akshaya?
I'm Akshaya.
Akshaya. I'm not going to give you tips now, but all those who would like to join us on Educate Now immediately, who are interested to share their passion with other students in rural areas, such as Jammu and Kashmir to start with, and also then get connected to those across the globe in UK, US, and UAE, please send me a message on Instagram, and your time starts now. So we will connect you.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Samira.
Thank you.
So your internships can start right now. The world of work is open to you. Don't wait till you finish your exams. Next question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't. Oh, top, okay. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question is to Anil sir. I'm Sada here. If you would get a chance to become an education minister, how would you change the education system?
Dr. Anil, they think we need humorous people to be politicians. No.
I can be serious also when needed.
No, we want you to take the
Take
fun
it
part of
humorously?
yeah.
Okay. All right. Sometimes when a person does something outside his normal profession, like a doctor is humorous also, then people tend to slot them as being only humorous. Like the other day I came back home, I was climbing up the stairs and my younger son Anirudh was sitting with his friends. And as I climbed up, I said good morning to them formally like a father. And as I continued walking up the stairs, Anirudh stopped me and said, Appa, just come here. They say they want you to do some comedy. So, other than comedy, I also do other things. So your question was very good, very interesting question. These are the kind of hypothetical questions which we imagine in our head when we see something wrong. When I see potholes on the road, I want to change that. When I see an old person begging on the side in the pavement, I want to change that. As education minister, I think you heard lots of tips from all the speakers. And as education minister, those are a lot of the things that I would like to do. If there was one single thing that I would do, I would change the focus from examination being the kind of examination it is now and make it more broad-based so that people's skills are examined rather than how much you can remember. If there was one thing I needed to choose, I would do that. And the second and most important thing as far as I am concerned, I would make sure that education is available to all. I would feel really sad if somebody couldn't get an education because they were poor or because they came from a certain community or didn't have access to the good colleges or schools. So make education available to all, which is what the government is trying to do in theory right now. It should be put into practice. And the second, test on soft skills, test on communication, on other skills other than just how much you can remember by heart from a textbook.
Thank you.
So there is another question for you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for this.
No.
I just went through your Instagram post where it says you're a professor, you're a hair specialist, skincare specialist, and a content creator. So basically you're a multitasker. That's really great. So can you just tell how do you manage your time for all of these things?
I get asked this a lot when I go for medical conferences, where I'm meeting my doctor friends. And I think they're saying it slightly mockingly. You're not. But sometimes they're like, seriously, you do this? You're doing comedy also? You're doing this also? How is it you are managing time? The same time that they're watching Arnab Goswami yell on television and saying, the nation demands to know. The nation demands to know why we waste our time. There's the same 24 hours for everyone, and we have to make sure that we have good time management because there is nothing that restricts you from doing all the things that you need to do in your life. When a journalist once asked me in an interview, you are a teacher in a medical college, you are a doctor, and you're also doing comedy or theater. How do you connect these three? The connection between the three things is the C of communication. You can't be a good teacher if you don't communicate well. You can't be a good doctor if you don't speak to your patients well. Yes. You can't be a good theater person if you can't communicate well.
Thank you so much, sir. You're a great personality.
Thank you, Dr.
Hello.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
My question is to Ms. Samira. Ma'am, whether mankind or technology is important for our future?
I think there can be absolutely nothing done without humanity, the human touch. And I think it is in us, no matter where we are, which sector we are in, to always rise above. And rising above is not just about our standards. It's about our intellect. It's about our thinking capacity. And the answer to this is, how do you solve a societal need? The moment you know that your heart belongs to the community, no matter where you are, you have made a difference in the lives of people around you. And from what I believe, that is our biggest purpose in life.
Humankind will always win. There can be no way that automation will take over. So, because in the end, it will be humankind deciding the automation.
Dr. Sudha,
yes.
can I just add a comment?
Please.
During the pandemic, I'm sure all of you have been through a relatively good or bad time during the pandemic. We were helping to conduct a pandemic COVID cell. And I remember sitting in that cell where we were mechanically given a list of 10 things to do. If somebody comes with this much of oxygen, then you send him to this hospital. Otherwise, say no beds are available, let them manage with home treatment and so on. But the nice part, because it was a human being and a set of doctors handling the COVID cell, there were occasional things where somebody would call and say, my 85-year-old mother is living alone in Bangalore and she needs admission or she needs help. And a set of 3 of us would go to that home and find this old lady living without groceries by herself. You can never replace machines, human beings with machines, because the machine is going to say, 85-year-old lady does not need help. But a human being answering the phone is going to be able to make out the difference when actual help is needed.
And very often, just talking to another person can solve half the problems. Okay, your IVRI is the most irritating thing that you ever hear, if you have got this automated text and speech. I think there was one more question from, yes.
Namaste, ma'am. I'm Nimisha Anand from Carmel PU College. I have a question for Anil, sir. Beyond the classroom, does it mean that we have to go back to our Gurukul system of good old days? If not, what about discipline aspect?
Nimisha, excellent question that you asked. Beyond the classroom means we have to think more open-mindedly. I agree with what you're saying, that it's possibly a return to what we were doing earlier. Remember, in the Gurukul system, what was admirable about the Gurukul system is that the Guru was teaching most probably outdoors most of the time, and he was teaching skills that would help you in life. The Gurukul system was not perfect. If you remember the story of Dronacharya and Ekalavya, you know that it was not perfect. Even there were imperfections. So we need to keep evolving in the system of education and find the system that is most relevant to the present day, using the best of our past, that is, stick to our roots, and also make sure that the branches and tree is evolving into the future. So use technology that's available to you, use the other opportunities that are available to you. If there is a debating club, if there's a dance club, if there's something with personality development, please do that, and make sure that you use all that is available in your institution, whichever wonderful institution you come from. You said Mount Carmel PU. So use those facilities available to you. Yes, a return to the Gurukul would only be a positive thing, but we have to bring the Gurukul into the present and use the facilities that we have now. Thank you for your question.
Sudha ma'am, on top, ma'am. Ma'am, on top.
Yes.
I'm here.
The light is shining right in my eyes. Okay.
Ma'am, I'm here.
Okay,
actually, this is... Here, ma'am. Actually, this is an open question. As citizens...
I don't know where people are talking from.
To your left. To your left.
Okay.
This is actually an open question. As citizens of this country, as young adults, what are our roles in society? What are our responsibilities? What are we missing out on? What do we have to take on now as young adults?
Excellent question. Let me ask the speaker and then I'll... Yes, would you like to start, Dr. Anil?
I'm a little controversial over here because I'm a neighbor of Mount Carmel College. So I'm saying your responsibility and role is also to your community. Your responsibility is to yourself, is to your parents, but it's also to your community. Don't forget your responsibility to your community. A lot of you are involved in the areas immediately close by. A lot of you cheered when I said Mexican chaat. But if you're standing there and eating Mexican chaat and the plate is thrown outside the dustbin, then every person who's passing on that road is going to think, is that a Carmelite who did that? So you're representing your college, you're representing your community, and if you take responsibility for yourself and your interaction with your community, I think you've already done a good job. Other than that, I think, the role, don't become passive politically. I'm not talking about politics over here and which party to vote. I'm saying don't become passive. when you are so excited to get a driver's license and to become 18 and I can stay for a sleepover and I want to have fun in my life, I'm now grown up, I should have a phone of my own which I can keep 24 hours. It also involves getting out there and voting for a responsible leader so that you're not complaining about potholes and things going wrong, you're actually participating in the progress. Your responsibility is to yourself, is to your family, is to the community, and your responsibility is politically as a voter to make sure that we have a good government that is answerable to the people.
Thank you, Dr. Samira, yeah.
I really love that question, and I would like to say, as a Carmelite, ex-Carmelite, one thing we all should pledge towards, and that is, let's pay it forward. I think all of us know that we are blessed. We have been given abundant opportunities from where we are even being seated right now. How are you going to make a difference? What is the difference you can make? And I think this is a true testament where one of the students has already, committed, saying, I want to help, I want to reach out, I want to connect. And my only request is, today on a very special Platinum Jubilee, if we can have everyone in this room, saying to yourselves, I have been blessed. It is today that I will pay it forward and make a difference. Not tomorrow, not when I graduate, today, right now. Join us and let today be a very symbolic mark which Dr. Sister Genevieve has really, has dreamt about, because she's a very passionate, futurist educationist. And let us live her dream in reality, not a vision in future. Today onwards, let's make a difference. There are a lot of children out there, like Dr. Shalini Rajni said, 50% of the children do not even have basic education. Can you teach them what you know? Can you teach them once a week, half an hour? Whatever you know. It could even be Kannada, English, any, a drawing. Teach them. They are hungry for knowledge. And I'm sure it will only start a very, very beautiful relationship in your college and to mark how responsible you are, as Dr. Anil mentioned. So join us today as we really empower lives and make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir. Most people talk about rights. I'm so happy you spoke about responsibilities. Let me just summarize this or end up this question by saying yes, do what you can, whatever you are passionate about, put your best effort, because regrets later on should not be there. Think of yourself, think not only of yourself, but those around you and your environment, and that is one major topic in the symposium that is being held. And be happy. In whatever you do, be happy, because in the end, only if you're happy, will you then spread happiness. Let me congratulate you for such a wonderful question, and I hope, as Samira said, you will take today as your first step. Don't look for massive successes. Even if you teach one child, one new word a day, that is a step forward.
Yeah.
Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, here, up, this side.
Which side? There's one person standing
Towards your left.
Okay. Yeah, she stood up. Yeah.
Ma'am, here, up.
Up. Okay, she stood up. I'm so sorry. It doesn't matter. You don't. As long as you can see me, it's okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I have two questions. One for Anil sir, one for Samira ma'am. So I'll start with Anil sir. Sir, as you said, sir, everybody knows that in our work profession, we have to be professional. We have to have a behavior which is usually taught in class, which is why we go to college, we learn all this behavior so that we can be professional. So, sir, when your concept comes as beyond classroom, so don't you think that if everybody adapt this somewhere, we can actually lose that professionalism? And so if you agree to, kindly can you tell us how you would like to tackle this, or what is your opinion about it?
Thank you for that question. It also covers one part of a question that I didn't answer there. The young lady who spoke about the Gurukul also asked about discipline. I think if somewhere the message has not been clear, remember it is education beyond the classroom. It is not education instead of the classroom. I'm telling you where also you can get more of a well-rounded education. Yes, discipline is important. It's important that we attend the class because a lot of times when I was a student, I found that things and concepts that I couldn't understand were explained so simply. Remember, your teacher would have chewed and digested 5 or 6 books, put it together and come prepared for the class to make it simpler for what we call the lowest common denominator, somebody who's finding it very difficult to understand. Focus on the classroom. Make sure you get the best out of the classroom. Like this young lady said, we're paying fees. We need to get what we can out of the classroom. But I'm saying don't restrict your education to the classroom only. There is a lot more to be learned. And what you can learn outside the classroom also will help you professionally. It will help you to keep a contact. Now, I, as a doctor, if I'm just writing medication for the person and I'm not speaking to the person, I am a perfect doctor because I'm writing an ointment, giving them an injection, and suggesting an operation. But the patient never feels satisfied unless I've used the soft skill of putting a hand out and saying, don't worry, this takes about 2 or 3 weeks, it'll get better, it's not something dangerous, it's not cancer. Now that is what we learn outside the classroom. Nobody is going to teach you that in a classroom. And yet it's a skill which makes you a better professional. So one is not in exclusion to the other. Please learn what you can from your teachers, give them great respect because they're taking a lot of trouble to teach you, but don't restrict your education only to the classroom. Learn outside and beyond the classroom. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, you have a question for Samira?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, when you were presenting, you said there is a future, the AI future. So, ma'am, nowadays we have been focused more on creating jobs. We are focusing about entrepreneurship, create more jobs, and simultaneously we are developing in AI and replacing those jobs that we have created after so much hard work. So, ma'am, what is your opinion about this contradictory statements?
Well, when I was, I think in the late 2000, I worked with Algorair. And they're into the shipping and logistics line. I have seen, who they call laborers carry 50 to 60 kgs of sacks on their back for 8 hours a day. During Ramadan, when they fast, without even water, it's even more. And you know how it is in summer. During the hot season, temperatures can skyrocket to 50 degrees. And it is unbearable for a person to even step out. This is the time these people are busy constructing big buildings and doing all the work for us. I believe there are a lot of jobs which are very uncomfortable to certain people at any level. For example, a delivery boy having to wait for like 15 minutes to deliver a package on the 30th or 40th floor. This is where drones come into place. Similarly, with all your technologies to carry heavy sacks, to declutter areas, to help in cleaning, you talk about the drainage, the sinkhole. You don't need people to do that, which happened in the past. Now you have machines for all of that. And I think not just that, even basic areas. For example, we have Zomato, Swiggy. When I just came back and installed the app on my phone, it exactly knew what I wanted to order from Nagarjuna yesterday afternoon. And for me, it was like really saved on time. So if there is technology that's going to help us make our work easy, make our lives easier, I think that should always be on the forefront so that we as human beings can always elevate ourselves to higher levels of information. For example, attendance in your classroom. Just imagine the moment you walked in, your teacher didn't have to call out your names. It was an automatic attendance. The same thing in offices. We're saving on time from that area, and we're just going to focus on things which enhance our lives and make it better. So that's my take. Thank you.
So don't think of technology and humans as contradictory to each other, as complementary. So where are the areas where we can help humans do better work? Why should we be wasting our time lifting? Can we use their mind rather than the physical ability? Okay, so it's not that we're going to take away jobs by automation. We give them better jobs. We give them more cognitively demanding skills. Think of it that way, not as automation will remove jobs or decrease work. Okay? The more creative you are, the better jobs you will create for people as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
One last question.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me,
Wherever you are, it doesn't matter.
Okay. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. So my question is to Anil, Dr. Anil sir. So this is a question I've always asked my parents. I've never got an answer for this question.
Anil, yes.
So I'm going to ask you. Ask. Yes, sir.
She's right in the middle. Yeah.
Okay. So as teenagers, at what perspective should we see education as? Education is our life, or education is just a part of our life?
You don't need your parent to tell you. Yes, Anil. What do you think?
I think it's just a part of our life.
We also agree with that.
But
your parents will not agree?
Yeah.
Yes, because that they are parents. If my daughter told me, maybe I would have said the same thing. They also know that education is just part, but at this age, at adolescence, there are lots of things which are more interesting than studies for you, very normally. So if we say education is not important, the likelihood is that you will get, there are other things that will take your attention. And as I told you, your 10th and your 12th are your most important exams you will sit for. And it needs concentration. So parents will tell you, study, that's the only thing you should be doing now, rather than there are lots of other things you could do. So yes, education is just part of it, but let's be realistic. For the next 2 years, or at least during PUC, try to focus more on studies to get into the course of your choice. That is why education is important these 2 years. Because if you do badly, though you have the ability, you may be a brilliant student, but if your marks card is poor, it's very difficult to get into the choice or college or career that you want. And then you will regret it later. So that's for these 2 years. As a parent, I will tell you, though I know education is just one part of your life, and education is not your books. It is everything else that we're talking about. For these 2 years, put your mobile and everything on the back burner, study hard, and then you will find that you are doing what you really want to do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I think we'll stop now.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, okay, someone wants.
Here in the back.
Whichever, it doesn't matter if I can't see you. If I
Okay,
can hear your
this
voice,
is-
it's enough.
This
Yeah.
is an open question for everyone. Actually, this is a bit out of topic, but I like how people and panelists come and like they encourage students and everything. But then why is it not done for parents as well? Because see the thing.
Okay, you're giving an idea to
The thing about parents is that they want us to have good life and everything. I agree on that, but most of the time they're more worried about social status. And if you study so much, you will be, have a better life and everything. They try to push us the way they want us to, be. They very rarely they ask about our opinion, and I'm pretty sure there's only like about 10 to 15% of parents who are very, open-minded and let their children do what they want rather than, push their children the way they want.
I think you've given Mount Carmel
Yeah.
Platinum Jubilee Committee a good idea, another symposium for parents.
Parents, excellent idea. Yeah. That's what Sister Genevieve is here, the entire thinker of this. She will definitely think about this. Yes, I agree. But then think of parents, they're also under stress. Okay, so don't think that they are anti-you. They're not really anti-you. They are thinking that they know right now what is best, which may really not be the best. Okay, so we'll try to open their minds as well.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Last question. Good afternoon.
Myself, Kartikar from MAS Kishore Kendra. My question for speakers and for you, ma'am. What, according to you, is a success in life or a success?
Would you all like to answer first? What, according to you, is success? Let me just throw the question back at you before we answer. What do you think is success?
Ma'am, to be happy in life.
To be happy? Excellent.
I
You've
think
got
that's
an
a-
answer. You've
that's
got
a
your
great answer.
You've got your answer yourself.
Super.
To be happy, to realize your potential is success. Not your marks, not your first rank. Okay? So if you're
Excuse
happy,
me, ma'am.
yes, yes.
Ma'am, last question.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Ma'am, up here.
Wherever you are, I can't see.
Ma'am, up.
Because this, Yes, ask your question.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone.
Good.
So when it comes to successful people, people always listen to successful stories. So my question is, what are all your regrets of your life?
Okay.
If you want to answer.
I do not know whether you want to know our regrets. You think we are successful?
Yes.
No.
That's
Okay.
why you
Success
all
is
are-
really what you believe in yourself. It doesn't mean that we are successful people. And remember, for every 10 successful, there are 100 people who have not succeeded. Okay? Regrets will always be there. I think successful people learn from their failure. This is not that they've never failed. Of course they have failed. But they've not made that the major point of their thinking. They've used those failures to succeed. You might find that what you're doing is really not what you're cut out for. And then they have the courage to change. So learnability, the willingness to learn throughout your life, adaptability, the willingness to adapt to changing situations because life is never certain, are qualities of a successful person. And I'm sure all of you all have got these. As I said, resilience, optimism, hardiness are skills that you all need to pick up. You will be successful in whatever you do. Remember, the first rank is not the successful person. There can be only one first rank in a class. If you are getting 30 before and you are getting 40 now, I say you're successful. Okay? So all the time improve on what you have. Compete with yourself, not with your friends. And you will be successful. I'll ask Anil and Samira if they have something to say and we'll end it up.
Ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me. Ma'am, I had a question which is open to all. It's on top, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Ask.
Yeah, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am.
Yes, ask. It doesn't matter if I can't see you. Yeah, okay.
Ma'am.
Yes, ask.
Ma'am,
Ma'am,
the
you are-
question is how will you, like in this capitalistic society where education is just a money-making business, turn it into something that's actually meant for studying? So if you were in a position to make a law, what kind of a law would you be passing for it?
Samira, would you like to answer?
Sometimes in life, it takes very long to get, public policy approvals. But it doesn't take time to go ahead and do, things that could promote education and education for the better. I would just suggest, when we all work collectively as one community, which I genuinely feel we can do that at Mount Carmel College now. Let us ensure that we have equality for students all around the world. When you know there is someone who is not as gifted or as blessed as you, let us reach out to them in any way. And I think when we show our examples to the community, the world, and the governments, like what we are doing now, with the Ministry of Education in UAE, Jammu and Kashmir, and Karnataka, automatically the legislators will be forced to take action and make certain laws implementable. So the time is now for us to make a difference, and let us work the other way around. Let's action first, and then let's have the law at hand. Thank you.
Ma'am.
I sense that the question sounded like money is a bad word and being capitalistic is a bad thing. I think you must realize that you focus on the professional quality that you're giving, whether it's in education, whether you're a teacher, whether you're anything else, even in an institution. If you're delivering quality service to the community, you will make the money. The money comes secondary, and money is not a bad word. You need money. The main reason you need money is to be able to help somebody else, like Mrs. Samira said.
Okay. So let me just end up this. It has been an excellent symposium. There have been lots of questions. I think they want to end it.
As a special request, ma'am, we have a young gentleman in front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ma'am, in India there is a lack of unity. We will study just when we studying first war of Indian independence, we studied that there is a lack of unity. But what is the reason for lack of unity? Why there is so much of communal bloodshed?
Did you hear what this young man has asked? Sir, can you repeat it again?
Why there is a lack of unity in Indians? If we have unity, everything can be achieved. But what is the reason and what is the measure to bring unity?
Please come to the stage. Quickly, quickly. May I request Sister Genevieve?
Unity.
Yes, Sister Jonita and all the special guests, ma'am, please come. The former teachers, please come, ma'am. All of you, ma'am. Quickly, if we can have you. Yes. Yeah. Quickly, ma'am, all of you. Sister Babita. Mrs. Babita, please. Please pull all the educationists. Madam, I would like to request you to come to the stage. Ma'am, you please come. Please come, ma'am. Please come. Today we are going to make a difference to the world. And it starts by all of you educationists. Please come, ma'am. Ma'am, please come. Can we give a round of applause? We have educationists. Ma'am, please come. Come, come. The teachers, please come. Come. All the teachers out here. Sister, please come. Come, please come to the stage. All the educationists in the room, quick response, please come to the stage. All the educationists, I'm really sorry, I don't know you by names, but please come to the stage. Here in our own Mount Carmel College. Sister Genevieve, sister, please come in the center. Yeah, please come. Sister Jonita, Doctor, all of you, please come. Yeah. Yes. And today we are going to make a mark, not just in India, in the world, because this is going to go on the global education platforms. That a beautiful college, Mount Carmel College in Bangalore, is making a difference towards global peace and world unity. As we raise our hands together, may I request you all to kindly stand in your places for being, yes. All of you, please stand up. And today we take a pledge that we, the citizens of India, educationists, students, and corporates together make a difference to bond with everyone in this world, irrespective of caste, creed, religion, gender, or any other disparity that comes in our lives. We are all united together. All of you, please join hands wherever you are. And we request on this significant day here at Mount Carmel College towards world peace and global unity. Congratulations, everyone. You have made such a difference to all of us. Sister, speak 2 words. Just 2 words. It is on your mark. In your mark.
100 ways we are the same, so we have to concentrate on where we are same.
You have made a difference, sister. Come on. Yes.
Because everybody will read religion text, but also they make too much of.
We understood the nature of your question.
The only thing I do daily is pray for an inclusive society. And even when we have to elect politicians, MLAs, MPs, that they will work for a just order and for an inclusive society. And today I feel my prayer is answered with the question that the young boy had asked. And all of you taking that pledge, with all these panelists, we have made this day a memorable one.
Thank you, sister. And to all of you at Mount Carmel.
Let me just answer his question. Why is it? Because we concentrate on our differences, not our similarities. We talk about you are this and I am that, rather than all of us are this. If we can think about how we are similar, unity will come in. Thank you.
And I believe that was our last question, but before we conclude, please join me as before ma'am concludes. Come in front. 3 cheers to Mount Carmel College. Hip hip. Hip hip.
Hooray.
Hip hip.
Hooray.
And I'll pass on the baton. Yeah. And 3 cheers to our thought leader, futuristic educationist, a big pillar of education around the world. To Sister Dr. Genevieve. Hip hip.
Hooray.
Hip hip.
Hooray.
Hip hip.
Hooray.
And to all of you for making a big milestone with us today.
I really feel humbled.
Yeah. All the best. You want to say something?
Otherwise, I'll be cluttering up your place.
From all this, as a lecturer, when we used to teach during COVID times, we used to see the blank screen, waiting for students to ask questions. We used to teach and finish the hour. But today, I think each and every teacher seated here are really, really happy and honored to see that you girls and boys really can ask questions. Thank you is the best prayer that anyone can say. It expresses gratitude, humility, understanding. Gratitude is the twin sister of humility. On behalf of Mount Carmel PU College, I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, Ms. Samira Fernandez, Dr. Anil Abraham, and Dr. Sudha Bogle for accepting our invite and sharing their thoughts and views on education. Humble words of gratitude to all the distinguished guests of honors, all the esteemed principals of the various invitee colleges, all the special invitees, staff and student of the various colleges, and former staff of Mount Carmel PU College, as well as Degree College Autonomous. I express my gratitude to all the members of the media who are present for being a part of this symposium and covering the same. A big thank you to the management of Mount Carmel Institution and to Dr. Sister Juanita. I express my gratitude to our dear Sister Genevieve and Miss Babita Saldana for the meticulous conceptualization and execution of the symposium. A big heartfelt thank you to the entire staff fraternity of Mount Carmel PU College, teaching, non-teaching, and support staff who have worked tirelessly to execute the different aspects of the symposium. Last but not the least, I thank the Almighty for all the blessings and guidance showered on each one of us. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank all present here. Thank you and have a nice day. A few announcements. We will break in for lunch. Thereafter, we will resume the afternoon session, requesting all distinguished members of the panel and the moderator of the session to proceed to the guest room in CCC for lunch. All invited guests, all principals of the various colleges, former staff of Mount Carmel College, staff of participating colleges, staff of MCC institutions, and media personnel to proceed to the basement auditorium for lunch. All invited student delegates of other colleges and students of Mount Carmel PU College and Degree College who are participating in the session to proceed to Fatima Block towards Fatima Block for lunch. Participants who have signed up for the first session, please collect your certificates from the registration desk. Thank you and have a nice day. We will resume the afternoon session at sharp 1:45 p.m.
You may be seated. Maintain silence. We'll begin the session now. Live in each season as it passes. Breathe the air, drink the drink, taste the fruit, and resign yourself to the influence of the earth. Henry Thoreau. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome. I, Dorcas, from the Department of Commerce, take immense pleasure in welcoming each and every one of you to the second session of the National Symposium, Redesigning the World of 21st Century. We need many resources and a suitable environment to live a life effortlessly. The population of the world is growing rapidly, and so is the demand for resources. But there is a need to tackle environmental issues such as climate change, global warming, loss of species, and shortage of natural resources. Some of the major environmental issues in India are poor management of waste, growing water scarcity, biodiversity loss, falling groundwater tables, preservation and quality of forest. In 1973, in the village of Advani, Himalayas, a group of uneducated women led by Bakani Devi confronted loggers with lighted lanterns in broad daylight. Their intention was to teach the loggers the real value of forest. The women said, the real value of forest is not in timber, resin, or profit, but pure air, soil, and water. The legacy of these voices are passed over to our generation with cues to preserve Mother Earth and cues to live a harmonious life with ecology. We have gathered here to ponder on and redesign the world of 21st century by addressing the global concerns of preserving the environment through constant advancement in education. A loving word of hearty welcome is the sweetest of all things in life. Small cheers and great welcome makes a merry feast. It is my pleasure to welcome all the dignitaries for today. On behalf of Mount Carmel Institution, I take immense pleasure in welcoming all the eminent speakers of the day who have taken time out of their busy schedule and have consented to share their vast experience and knowledge with the student community. We are honored by the presence of Ms. Priya Chetty Rajgopal, founder, Multiversal Advisory LLP, and a civic evangelist, our very own illustrious Carmelite. To make this occasion more special, I request our academic administrator and the convener of the National Symposium, Dr. Sister Genevieve, to welcome ma'am. I'm sure we can do better, girls. Thank you, sister. It is my immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Sridhar Deshmukh, consultant in preventive healthcare and therapeutic yoga, visiting faculty from IIM Bengaluru. I request our principal and the co-convener of the National Symposium, Ms. Babita Saldana, to welcome sir. Thank you, Ms. Babita. It is my privilege to welcome Mr. Ashutosh Kumar from UP,
expert in climate change and environment sustainability. I request our academic coordinator, Ms. Akhtarunisa, to welcome Sir. Thank you, ma'am. It is a great delectation to greet Dr. D.R. Kumaraswamy, Director of Prakriti Institute of Environmental Studies. I request Ms. Lata from the Department of Physics to welcome Sir. Thank you, ma'am. I also take this opportunity to welcome all the respected principals, staff, and student representatives of the invitee colleges who have consented to participate in this symposium. I extend a warm welcome to the Sisters of Mount Carmel institutions, Deans of UG and PG Mount Carmel College Autonomous, former principals and staff of our college. I'm delighted to welcome Sister Juanita, who was the former principal of Mount Carmel PU College. Every moment is a golden one for her who has the vision to recognize it. She leads every child into the path of success with her plans for the future generation. Here we have one such dynamic personality amongst us, Dr. Sister Genevieve, Academic Administrator of Mount Carmel PU College and the convener of this National Symposium. Welcome, Sister. I'm delighted to offer a happy welcome to our beloved principal, Ms. Babita Saldana, our academic coordinator, Ms. Akhtarunisa, our chief welfare officer, Ms. Rani Suganya, members of the organizing committee, and the media. A very warm welcome to our vibrant Carmelites. In the 21st century, the environmental crisis is one of the biggest issues. A healthy and functional ecosystem is the basis for the survival of the forthcoming generation. The eminent panel explores the avenues on topics, citizen partnership in environment, ourselves and where we are, students of the present generation, the future of India and their role in environment. The panel members of the symposium are distinguished international and national level speakers and are renowned alumni. Our moderator for this session is Shri D.R. Kumaraswamy. Shri D.R. Kumaraswamy graduated from GBDT College of Engineering in 1983. He completed his master's from BVM College of Engineering, Gujarat. Sir joined the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board in 1984 as an assistant engineer and was sent to West Germany in 1986 for advanced professional training. In 2011, Sir visited Singapore to study e-waste recycling. During 2012-13, he also visited China to attend Electronic Recycling Asia. Sir visited Hong Kong and Malaysia to study waste to energy and municipal solid waste disposal facility. During 2013-14, he visited Germany, Austria, France, Switzerland, and Dubai to study about the recycling of e-waste and the reuse of plastic waste as a fuel in steel mills. He has published 12 books in simple local language and has distributed about 12,000 books to school students and industries without any cost. Sri Kumaraswamy held a number of posts in the Pollution Control Board like Member Secretary, Chief Environmental Officer, Administrative Officer, Legal Officer, and Public Relation Officer. Sir has also worked in almost all districts of the state. Sir has received a number of awards from local organizations like Parisara Ratna, Swarna Bhushana, and Karnataka Seva Puraskara. He has also received Best Environmental Officer Award from the Rotary Club, Bengaluru. He has completed 35 years of service in Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. He is currently working as the Director of Prakriti Institute of Environmental Studies. May I now request Sir to take over the session. Over to Sri D.R. Kumaraswamy.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, if the lunch is very good, then you are going to sleep. If the lunch is not good, you are going to curse. So, both are bad actually. Now, I request today's speaker, Mrs. Priya Chetty Rajgopal. Are you ready, madam? Give him a big plus. She is a very good orator. I've seen during the lunch time. She is also shared the PPT to me also. It's a very nice. I think she cannot bore you in the afternoon also. Very lovely session you had to create. Yeah. And also can call Dr. Sridhar Deshmukh. A very good person in actually is doing some research on the yoga and the health. Okay. Sleeping is also yoga, he will tell you. But don't sleep here, huh? And also Mr. Ashutosh Kumar Srivatsav. You kindly occupy the seat, sir. Sir is also going to speak on the environment. So for Indians, environment is more than actually 5,000 years ago in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells to Arjuna, the characters which require to reach the God are godliness, are cleanliness, amanitvam, madamitvam, ahimsa, kshanti, arjavam, acharyopatanam, shaucham. Shaucham is nothing but pollution control. Okay, we are not studying properly the Bhagavad Gita. So we are studying now the environmental studies, climate change. He already stated climate change and all. He said what happens if there is a war. He said that all the ladies becomes the widow. Because 18 actually China is going to die. So these are actually predicted by the Lord Krishna, which is nothing but actually an environmental impact. What is now environmental impact because of the climate change? There is a lot of rainfall we are receiving, 200% excess in almost all the districts of the state. This is what is actually climate change. Sir is going to speak at climate change. So I welcome once again to the students because sustainable development, enough for all, forever. This is the actually 3 words. Enough for all, forever, which is impossible. Because every day, madam said, now population growth is 68,000 children took birth in India every day. and work from home during that time 80,000. What work they have made, I don't know actually. Okay, so these are all actually environmental degradation, these are all actually. The increase in population itself is a pollution. Okay, yeah, our great speakers are going to speak. Yeah, madam, you can now, you can speak. Yeah, thank you.
I think. Can you hear me okay? Good, all right. Okay, well, let me introduce myself first. My name is Priya Chetty Rajagopal. I'm one of these hyphenated women that you don't forget because there are too many names that you've got to wrap your head around. But it is so good to be back in the auditorium and be on the other side for a change. But this is a symposium which is important, impactful, and something that hopefully will make a difference to how you perceive the environment, how you interact with it, and how you choose to impact your world. So I'm going to share this. If it's okay with you, I'm going to speak for about 20 minutes. I'd love to have your 25 minutes, and I'd love to have your questions after that. So keep your questions ready. And I'm going to look at this primarily as a personal journey because you know, it sounds very pompous to have points of view as if you've got some gyan to share. We've all stumbled into learning. We've all stumbled into actions, and we have eventually picked ourselves up and realized what we really need to do. So let's talk about this first impact and the first point that is critical to us engaging with our world, looking at environment and sustainability. And this is our Citizens' Partnership in Environment. And without this bedrock, there is absolutely no, I can change it through that as well, right? Yeah. There's absolutely no moving forward in the way we have seen the world in the last few years. I'm going to share this insight because this is something that I have realized over the last few years has truly been the case. I don't know about how all of us behave in our worlds, but I know I behaved like a customer. Why can't I reach the airport in 30 minutes? Why does it take so long to go here? Why is the air so bad? So what am I behaving like? I'm behaving as a customer, as a consumer of services. And that's not a bad point of view. At the end of it, we pay our taxes, and you will find a lot of people saying, we pay our taxes, why don't we get services? Long ago, in a conversation with Rohini, when she was referring to many different issues around Rohini Nilekani, around Samaj, Sevak, and you know, the whole confluence of power. And it was very interesting how she fought hard to talk about how consumer orientation has to change if we are going to be citizens of this country. So we've kind of moved from consuming services. So let's look at, say, for example, transportation. All of us say, oh, it takes so long to go here. I'm stuck in traffic for 1.5 hours. But have you ever thought about why it takes that much of time? I can tell you I didn't. I had no idea about this concept of suburban rail, metro, bus, and how critical it was for us to move large numbers of people in transport rather than single units. Most of us are single units that move from place A to place B. Of course it's going to get crowded. So the understanding makes you a little bit more participative, and then you start behaving like a citizen. Let's move forward a little bit into being custodians. Now, if you look around you, how many of us have made some attempts, not just to be citizens, but also to take charge of something that is happening around you, correct a wrong, save a tree, help save a lake, or anything that helps in sustainability. E-waste in your neighborhood, SWM, whatever it is. Can you raise your hands if anyone has been part of being a custodian in some ways in your neighborhood? Yeah? I can tell you, though many of you are shy about putting up your hands, you have done a lot more than you realize. Because all of us, and I'm very proud of all of you who put up their hands, and I'm very sure that those who didn't are not those people who are not good citizens or custodians, but because you haven't really thought about it. And when you do, it just changes the way the world evolves, the way the world pulses. We've all seen what COVID has done to us, and I think that's the biggest backlash that nature has, sort of thrown in our faces to remind us that we better be sustainable or not. Crap happens. Being custodians, and this I want you to remember, this journey, when you talk to people, you will immediately realize which part of the journey they are in. So while I sound like I'm preaching, and sounding very pompous about this whole concept, the fact is I stayed very long in this one, which is the customer. I was a customer for far too long. I demanded things of my government and my neighborhood, my politicians, which is good. There's no stoppage in demanding, but you also have to start figuring out how to participate. All right? What's changed? So Priya Chetty Rajagopal, who has spent about 35 years in business, in corporate, being part of many business fora, making a difference on on our little corner of the GDP, has no interest in anything outside of her space, because that's how we've been in some ways brought up to be: focused, specialized, excellent. It's only when something jolts you that you wake up. So let's talk about the concept of enlightened self-interest. When you talk about that, people assume that, you just want to fix what's in your backyard. There's nothing wrong with it. It's those things that eventually propel you to extrapolate, to do more for the larger community, and to be able to understand how this stacks up to help others, more issues, etc. And I can tell you one big plus about enlightened self-interest. It makes you happier about the community that you're in because you're helping. And it makes you sleep better at night. Because honestly, you are making that little bit of difference that your life is worth. You're all at the cusp of your careers and your education. You're going to make decisions. And the world is at your feet. So this is an opt-in. Not really. Because your survival depends on this. And what people like us have learned far too late is something we're trying to, what is the word for it? Put on fast forward for all of you. Connectedness, whether you look at technology, bringing us all together, you look at the fact that the global trends that we all realize is coming to our door. A Greta Thunberg, sitting far away, and suddenly she could be in your living room, and in fact she is. And we have so many people who are passionate and who want to make a difference and who are seeing the impact of difference. The connectedness is something we don't think about so much, because one is the connectedness of realizing that something happening in Norway affects us. Well, COVID was a good example in many, it's a very obvious example, but I will still use it. But also the ability to connect up two nations or two different timelines together is amazing. So everything is real, everything is very immediate. But the environmental issues are overwhelming. Whether you look at suddenly climate change, it's a word, it's a phrase, unless you realize what it's doing to you, unless you see the decimation. I want to stop for a second and remind you, and I want you all to give yourself and your institution a big round of applause, because, hold it till I tell you why. We have a lot of wonderful people that have come out of here, for sure. But about 4 years ago, in the veterinary college in Queens Road, the Queens Veterinary College, which many of us may have gone to with our pets or whatever, there was a case where heritage buildings were coming down, and more than 98, in fact, it turned out to be 113 trees were to be cut down to build a multi-story building. One Sunday morning, 8 young women from Mount Carmel came in to do a tree mapping. We had no idea how many trees were there, what kind of trees they were. We just knew that they were going to cut them down. And Sunday morning, I still remember walking in at 6 a.m. And here were these young women, actually with the drawing of this place, sitting there and mapping which trees, how big, approximately, how many years, etc. And that was the base of saving these trees and that heritage place, which still stands today. So those 93 trees, yes, now. So I'm really proud of you guys, because you may not have realized at that point, maybe there was just a project, there was just something small that they were doing. But it was the bedrock of an entire campaign that changed the way the government looked at us, the fact that they went ahead to try and do something that was wrong. We saved every one of those trees. We worked for 6 months, but those, if you go there right now, well, the building isn't great, but have a look, the gulmohar, the mango, we fought for every single one of them, and all thanks to all of you. So that's just one small thing where we realize that whether environmental issues are overwhelming, it's always the initiative, the connectedness that makes the difference. Again, all of us feel overwhelmed, we can't do very much. But we know when we have this one instance, when that young woman, who was petrified of the dogs there, by the way, in the campus, she kept running every time one of the friendly ones wanted to come and say hello to her, but she kept doing what she was doing. If she knew, and I hope she does, because we lost touch with the bunch a little while ago, that this is what they have saved, that makes you empowered, impacted, motivated to go to the next stage, because you can. You've made a difference. It wasn't, if you didn't think it was very much, it wasn't. It was the base on our entire Knights for Queens campaign. Please look it up on Google, Knights for Queens, because we called ourselves the Knights for obvious reasons, for Queens as in the veterinary hospital. Now, moving from being part of the problem to part of the solution is a very obvious thing. All of us talk about it, right? Either you're part of the problem or part of the solution. We have to stop cribbing about stating and restating the problem. It's getting boring. Stop it. Just stop it. If you hear yourself do this the next time, correct yourself or just stop. Just hear yourself. That's all. And you will realize what a difference you will make by simply restating the problem to make sure you're solution-oriented. But let's go one step ahead. Not just solutions. Right now, we're looking at making sure that we prevent the problems from happening in the first place. What's the point of building a steel flyover and then saying, how do we prevent this problem from happening? When what we should be doing is having been involved right in the initial stages where citizens were part of the decision-making process. I don't remember civics classes in my school. I don't remember attending them, and I know they were there. I wish I had attended them. I wish I had listened harder. So many things we take for granted, we don't know. And so many things will affect the world around you. And that's what a good education is all about. We all know sustainability has moved from, oh, how nice, you're doing this, is it? How sweet, very good. That kind of attitude to saying, you're not, what's wrong with you? Because it's assumed that you are connected to the environment. And you have to know that we are high on government and corporate agendas, and that makes it not only useful. And here's a tip from my side. I'm a search consultant. I do very high-level hiring. But I can tell you, people who are connected to their worlds and connected outwards do get more value and perception than very inward, very, very unidimensional people. So you need to know that going outwards makes a difference. These are some of my tenets. Once we know, we cannot unknow. There were many things that happened over a period of time where I could blink my eyes and say, you know what, crap happens, move on, I've got work to do, I've got my family, I've got this. But it remains at the back of your mind. You know that something bad is happening. Let me take you back to, if anybody remembers the steel flyover, which was about 4 years ago, the place that you're sitting in right now would have been part of a steel Godzilla, okay? So high grounds, Chalukya Circle, Balabrui would not have existed. It would have just been, the whole Parliament Square of the city would have just been a mishmash of steel, and the city that you and I know would have been gone. How many of you remember MG Road? You might be far too young, but remember MG Road before the metro came in? Do you remember it? Anybody remembers it? Okay, I do. And my first tweet in my account says, remember MG Road. That was a trigger on my civic journey because it cost 150 crores to take the metro underground. And right now, that monstrosity has raised MG Road and that beautiful promenade, our heritage, down to some kind of a mishmash that has no identifier with the city and its roots, its history. So remember, when you know, you cannot unknow. That time I knew I could not unknow, but I did not have the resources, the network, or the power to make it possible. Today, each one of you have. It is an incredible feeling. Each one of us can do this. And if I had been stronger, MG Road would have been. I'm putting far too much on myself. Of course, it was not only me, but I'm saying people like us, if we stood up straighter, we could have saved so much. Do you know what this is? This is a shrug. Unfortunately, a lot of us do it too much of the time. And this is what one of my first focus areas was, address the shrug. Why are we shrugging? When you see this in somebody that you're talking to, who's bored with the fact that you have a different point of view and you care about the green and you care about heritage, think about it. Because in a little while, they're going to be, there's nothing like a reformed criminal. I shrugged a lot because I just didn't know how. I didn't know what to do, and I felt unempowered. We do have greater responsibility, and nobody sits and says, this tree is being cut, but I didn't know what to do. I'm bringing it down to very basic stuff because I'm saying cutting tree as an obvious, example of environmental challenge or whatever. Today, you know what to do. The BBMP you call, you say, hey, listen, this guy doesn't have a tree cutting permission letter. How is he allowed to do it? So you can't say, I don't know how to do it. You know. You're being taught. It's out there. And you can't pass the buck. I will tell somebody, I will tell my teacher, or I will tell somebody who's a politician for some other country to come in and do this. Why? Pick up the phone. Put it in BBMP Sahaya. Call somebody that you know. The beautiful thing is all of these journeys are starting early. So look at the fact that I have X number of years left and I can make impact in these number of years. You have the next, hopefully, 90 years of your life that will be able to do great things, and you can do so much. I am filled with hope that you're starting early. Most of the parents I know are the smart, savvy, sustainable people, not because of themselves, because their children have been teaching them what to do. Segregation, littering, issues around, composting. I'm amazed with what kids are teaching their parents. So we have so much to learn from you. What I love is academia starting. Look at what we're doing right now. They're starting earlier, they're starting deeper, and media is doing a great job. You know what they think of when you talk about a person who's focused on the environment or sustainability? The first thing, it's like the conversation about being a feminist, right? The moment you say you're a feminist, people put you in the extreme category. So all of us are trying to figure out how not to be a feminist, No, we're just equal. We just want equality for women. Why are these words so pejorative? Why are they so derogatory? But the fact is, it's the society which has made it so. It implies extremism. So the moment you say, I'm concerned about the environment, you're softening it down because you don't want to be one of those crack people, doing crazy things and throwing yourself in front of a bus or whatever. So yes, because I have my niece who's just gone back to the UK and she says, one thing I don't want to be is I don't want to be an activist. I said, why? She said, they're all eccentric like you. Now, that's because she's 18 years old and she thinks that all older people are eccentric. But the fact is, this is a point of view. So activist is something that we should now get proud of owning. Activist doesn't mean to say taking a contrary point of view all the time. It means owning, standing up for what's right. And I think all of us have been taught to stand up for what's right. An institution like this has taught me. Sapphires has taught me. Mount Carmel's has taught me what is right and what is wrong, and to stand up and to be able to say, this is fair, and I will follow it through. So they think we're eccentric, we're anti-progress, we don't want the roads to come, we don't think of the big picture, we must think of everybody instead of thinking only of our little tree. I'm sorry I'm using the tree as an example again and again, but I'm just trying to bring it down to something relatable. And the useless tree huggers. Oh, you're one of those tree-hugging types, is it? Oh. Then I get one of those rolling of eyes look. I also roll my eyes. Now I've reached that stage. So activist type is what a lot of people sort of put you in a little box and say, ah, you're those types, is it? Okay. Really? No. This is the real deal. Let's look at this. We now have a seat at the table. Do you know that the last elections, every single party came up to people like us and shared their manifestos? Why? Because we were a serious cohort of people who mattered. We were people who had influence, had concerns of the city, and if they talked to us, obviously, they were able to sort of convince a lot more people, because if we believed, we would support. So we have a seat at the table, and let's not get away from that at all. Global organizations are pushing it, so it filters down. The sustainability and the less tangible issues around environment are being put as part of the planning stage, which is good. You had Shalini before that. Planning and statistics was her agenda, and so much of this involves what are citizens' perspectives and what their needs are. What reason corporates are internalizing their role as global and national citizens remains to be seen, but the fact is they're doing it, and that's important to know. Is it just votes? Is it just GDP? I think governments understand that they are focusing on the generations ahead. I want to tell you a little story on this. My father was a colonel in the army. He's a fabulous, wonderful human being. And he's also a person with great naivete and a person with great belief in systems. I wish he had fought harder for me. He didn't know he had to fight harder for me. But for me, I saw a 5-year-old child, maybe 4 actually, sitting on the walls of Balabrui, just down the road, at the time of the steel flyover Beda protests. And I realized that she's sitting under a bamboo tree, which would not be there once the steel flyover came up. So I was part of an institution or a system that was going to take away, literally, the sky from over her head. And we could do nothing about it. I remember for me, that was my tipping point. I remember this girl's face like it was yesterday. Tousled head, very, very sweet father who just put her on that wall. And she was sitting there and watching all these people protesting, saying, steel fly over Beda. And I said, for that child, we have to do what is right. So governments understand that this is your legacy. When you walk away from a treeless, concrete existence, you die inside. Not just lack of oxygen, your soul dies. We are entitled to sustainability. We're entitled to our legacy. And we should be able to stand up for that. We're not holding anybody else up. So remember, I dearly love my father, but I wish he was not so trusting. I believe in myself because I trust up to a level, but I will fight for what is right because I have you to take care of. And I always hope that you will fight in the relay race for the next generation. The triple bottom line, companies are looking at sustainability as a clear bottom line, not just profits and losses. And we have to understand as citizens, there is nothing that this country can do. We have no critical mass, and there's no ownership unless the citizens take over. If you look at this, somewhere on your top middle is High Point, and that's Chalukya Circle. And a little further down is this mess that would have been the steel flyover. I stay with steel flyover because it was one of the most decimating parts of the city and a movement that brought up a lot of citizens who were already active and citizens who had no idea that they needed to be active, suddenly out there and saying, this is my city. I am a citizen. You are only custodians of making sure that the city runs well. But this is my space, and I will tell you what to do with it. But I will tell you what you can't do. Even if I can't tell you what to do, but I will tell you what you cannot do. So this is my transition. I not just from being a pessimistic non-believer, because I was one of those consistent problem staters. I will state, strategic mindset, so you constantly state, restate, create, what exactly the problem is, but what is the solution? Today, I'm passionate about goals and working backwards from there. And the thing is, I feel if you have the goals, you can do it. And every single campaign that I've been involved with, all of us have worked with optimism, but with brains and with a co-ownership, which makes it much easier. So you create frameworks. You don't do this like, okay, I'll just wander around there and I'll stand and I'll hold one board. I don't think it's that. If I'm happy to do another session. If we ever tell you how we ran the Knights for Queens, or we ran the, something called Kill Bill, which is an amazing story, you'll understand how much of mind goes into it, but it's basically getting teams together. So we need to know how to navigate, which means we need a little bit of understanding of the government structure, and we need big picture thinking. We need a yes, we can. So here are some of the campaigns that I was blessed enough to initiate, be part of, and to see to a logical conclusion. And I will tell you a little bit about Kill Bill, because Kill Bill was something that I'm dialing it up, okay, guys? It's not that I'm saying that, okay, Priya did this, or you did this, or I did this. It's not that. I'm telling you this because it's a story. 2 years ago, the government decided that we are going to amend the Karnataka Tree Protection Act. Boring, no? Tree Protection Act, yeah, okay, very nice. So I also yawned and left it. Until somebody told me that X number of species were allowed to be cut by the BBMP or the parastatals like BWSSB without requiring permission. So it had some origins in farmers being allowed to reuse their land, etc. But what do you need this for in Bangalore? 25 more species were to be added to that list. Boring? Very. Until a friend of mine called Harni Ragindra told me, Priya, that if these 25 species more are added, it means technically 90% of the trees of Bangalore can be cut without permission, 80 to 90%. And suddenly the hair on my neck kind of stood up. I said, what are you saying? And then started the Kill Bill campaign. Kill Bill as in kill the bill too. And of course the Uma Thurman, that really amazing film. But Kill Bill started off with a change.org petition. It went to some 80,000, went to a lakh within a few days. We were on Jhatka. We set up 3 different parts of it. We did, apart from a campaign telling everybody, hey, listen, do you know this is going to happen? To a second part of it, which was a very simple issue. In the steel flyover time, the bill was passed because nobody really cared, nobody really knew. So we made sure 6 of us were there in the group, basically made sure, Heritage Beku was running this, made sure that 6 people were there in the Vidhan Sauda on the legislative floor every day. On the 5th day, out of exhaustion or whatever, the bill was junked. But I can tell you that whether it was the photographic campaign we ran called Greys for Greens, where we had people saying the city has become grey, concrete, soul, and this whole grey feel that we have as people getting older. And we talked about not just the petition, but we started getting people more aware about the trees immediately around them. It just switched on everyone. The campaign finished in a very, very short period of time. But when you look at the trees around, remember that this is not a campaign that was run by the heart. It was run by the mind. Very quickly, very effectively, very efficiently. And 90% of the trees, if I want to make, I was a movie or something, I would say 90% of the trees were saved in Bangalore. Not really, but technically. These are the interventions one needs to do. If you love your environment, if you love your city, and if you truly believe that you are worth being a citizen of this country, this world, this city, this space, you really need to do that. So, Nights for, there were amazing programs. So, Carbon Park, All Saints Church, we did, some amazing stuff. But it was tremendous to be part of not only doing something, but to make it happen. So, we've talked about this, what I learned. I learned working with groups, with teams, always going with the flow. If you have purity of purpose, you don't have to figure out what X is doing or Y is doing. You can just do it because you know everybody has the same purpose. You don't have to sit and second guess them. What you shouldn't do is go after personal glory. And that's something, unfortunately, a lot of people do because they want it on their CVs, they want it on press, and that's not a great thing. This is my second last slide. What you need to know is, how many of you know about your ward committees? Do you know this is the single most powerful tool that the city has? And in the time of the Steel Flyover Beda movement is the first time we realized what local governance could do. So let me tell you a few things that you'd be interested in. Mount Carmel has 3 bus stops outside. When the smart city was happening, I asked them, what are you doing? Why do we need 3 bus stops? There's one. You know, you're basically causing a jam. We had 3 bus stops outside our house where there was no buses stopping. You know, I'm giving you really silly examples to say, sometimes, who do you talk to? Where do you... So the ward committee is something that meets twice a month, and it's only meant for your ward. You are Ward 93, Mount Carmel's, me, I live this side. The things that we have done, we have saved trees, we have intervened in smart city, we have made sure that, you know, water situations are handled, we've made sure CCTV cameras are extended, we've worked on trying to get feeder buses for Mount Carmel's and other places to the metro so that, you know, we can reduce the transport footprint. So it's a very powerful tool. Can I handle whole of Bangalore? I can't. But can I help manage a little bit of Ward 93? You bet I can. And you can too. That's where you need to get in. And we have got this anti-thing with politicians and government. So for example, when I called, we were supposed to call, we had a program called Call Your MLA. So we called all these people. I was petrified. I thought they will slap me on the phone or they will shout at me and say, I'll arrest you. I mean, because we were so dumb at that time. We didn't know what ministers do, except they were ministers. Or, you know, they were some IS officer. We were just very distant from that world. Half the people, more than half, 60% of the people that we called, responded to our calls very positively. But more than that, more than half of them did not know that they had passed the steel flyover which was going to kill half of Bangalore. They didn't know. This is governance. So do you understand why it's so critical for us as citizens to get involved? Because people can decimate your city because they're also hard at work. Like you missed one page in your book. They also miss stuff. So it is required for you to be on top of it if you want to survive. Start younger, spread wider. We need, you have a lot more on your plate. You have to make up for idiots like me who didn't do enough when we were much younger. So guys, sorry for the pressure, but you got to do it. Institutionalize sustainability. I think that's very important. We need to be able to figure out where to go. We can't reinvent the wheel every single time. Communities is how to go. Media, social media, formal media, it doesn't matter. The campaign on Steel Flyover Beda would have cost crores to run. I can assure you that. It was run with a zero budget from very, very passionate people who cared. And it was echoed and resonated by formal media because the city, for the first time, needed to be saved. And people were there to step up and do that. Create insights. You know, it's very easy to have data. Like if you remove 150 trees, this is what's going to happen. It's going to be very sad, it'll be green. But we did some basic data. We realized that each tree produces X amount of oxygen. So basically, that's that much of air conditioning saved, that number of units of power saved. So when you put it into maths, suddenly things get much easier. When we were trying to get Cubbon Park to be traffic-free, we did our math and we realized the furthest distance to go around Cubbon Park is 700 meters. Wouldn't you do that for your park? To go 700 meters around at the maximum. In Chalukya, I go 700 meters every day to go to my house because there's a one-way. I don't think about it. So when you have to, you will. So create infographics, data. Don't talk with, don't get fuzzy. Because as it is, people assume they're fuzzy, but, and that's it from my side. Remember one thing. This is my favorite saying in anything I do, and I will say this with love, with a request to co-own this. You cannot love what you don't know. And you cannot save what you don't love. I'm asking you to know. And I'm begging you to love. Just so that we can save. And that's for you. Do you want to do questions now, or? Thank you very much. Do you want to do questions now, or do we take it all together? All right. Thank you very much. You've been a great audience. Thank you.
Yeah. Very good presentation, madam. Is all right. long is okay because after in the evening they can go later. Okay. So madam has, don't worry. Somebody don't want to go, you can sleep here also. Okay. Yeah. So is actually madam told about the GDP and all actually. The Indian GDP is $800. American GDP is $20,000. Why? Because America is 3 times bigger than India and the population is only 33 crores. We are 140 crores. If the population increases, GDP decreases. So madam also told about the preparation or the photosynthesis. Correct, photosynthesis. 50% of the oxygen is liberated from the land plants. Another 50% is from the aquatic plants. So government rules itself say 33.3% is the forest. Whereas India got actually 22.2%. Bengaluru has got only 2% forest. The minimum requirement of forest per person is 7. Unfortunately, Bengaluru has got 7 persons have got only 1 tree. They have got everything in the name of the development. So that's why in the beginning I told, sustainable development in India is not possible. Because unless you sustain the population, the other things are actually failure. So population control is first, because 135 liter per day capita is the water consumption. Okay, if you stop all the industries, then also you are using actually water per day, 135 liters. Why the Bellandur lake is foaming? Because all 40 lakh people were there actually taking a bath using the shampoo, because Aishwarya Rai using shampoo. You want to become Aishwarya Rai. Okay, yeah. So then you have used the shampoo, which are actually 100% more foamy than the soap. So now actually all your effluent is actually flows into the Bellandur lake. Then because of the wind action, you are not taking bath from the milk, otherwise butter will come out. Now the foam is coming out because you are taking bath from the soap and the shampoos. So we have to change our attitude. That's what madam said. We have to change our attitude to reach the goal.
Yeah, but I'd strongly suggest they still have baths.
Yeah, you have to take bath, otherwise it becomes air pollution. Nobody sits in front of you. So bath is also important. Okay, yeah. So but you have to think of which is actually eco-friendly bath. Okay, yeah, that is important. Thank you very much. I invite the second good speaker, Dr. Sridhar.
Good afternoon to you, my esteemed colleagues and my dear friends. I am sandwiched between two eminent professionals who have their feet on the ground and hands engaging with the problem. So, in contrast, I beg the pardon of seeming to be fuzzy. What I would like to do is to go with you on an excursive journey in order to understand the kind of issue this is and what kind of action plans or solutions that we can come up with. A lot of it is not going to be here and now. So going back to when the earth was very young, we human beings, modern human beings, as we call ourselves, Homo sapiens. I hear some laughter over there. I'm sure you must be conversant with what this term might mean. It's a rather grandiose way of calling ourselves. Homo simply means man, including woman, and sapiens is the wise. So humans as the wise creatures is what we have been calling ourselves. Let's look into it a little, see if we are justified in doing this. If not, let us do those things or try to do those things that will perhaps justify what we are calling ourselves. I'm sure you all know that the Earth is about 5 billion years old, the solar system a little older than that. And our solar system is most likely a second generation system born out of the debris of another system that existed, lived, and became extinct before, as evidenced by the prevalence of the heavier metals. Now, there have been many other human species which have walked the earth. We are not the only human species. Just like now, there are the other anthropoid apes, our close cousins, the chimpanzees, the gorillas, the orangutans, and so forth. At different points in our evolutionary history, there have been different living human creatures. We are the last up to this point of time, and we have shared our time and space with another creature which became extinct approximately 12,000 years ago. You might have heard of that, Neanderthal humans. Some part of Neanderthal genes is hitching a hike on the genomes of humans. That's another matter. What are we and how did we come to be? This being a domain where hard scientific theories are yet to be established, we have to carve our way using workable hypothesis, in other words, tentative understanding. For an overwhelming part of our time on earth, am I boring you? We have spent as foragers, hunter-gatherers, in close proximity with nature. The first accident that happened was the cognitive revolution, where the human brain and mind evolved to a point where it could perceive a concrete thing and render it back into an abstraction. And the second significant revolution that happened was the agrarian revolution, moving away from foraging for food to capturing our own food sources. When we did this, we changed our primary diet from herbs, berries, and occasional small meats to a diet of food grains, which are basically the dried up seeds of grasses and of shrubs, then dairy products and poultry and other meats. And this conjoined with the use of fire for cooking. And at this point of time, which we were not aware of, which we are slowly becoming aware of, and we are yet to be alive to this, that is, the microbiota are the microbes that are living in our gut and on our skin changed radically at this point of time. Tracing back using a scientific analysis, it becomes very clear that the history of human disease started with this change, which we call as the agricultural revolution. Now, in our educational setup, I am not very clear about what is being taught. Every change is being taught as a progress, which is not necessarily true. Many changes that do happen in history can actually be negative or regressions. So this change that happened when we captured our food sources was achieved at the cost of our personal well-being, both in terms of physical and mental health. It didn't make us any happier or healthier. It only served to accelerate our numbers. If you draw a timeline, the first billion of our population, Homo sapiens, was achieved around 1812. So it took anywhere from 4 to 500,000 years for the human population to reach 1 billion. The second billion was achieved in the next 100 years. 1903 recorded this Earth's population as 2 billion. The third billion was achieved in the next 60 years. 1960 saw the mark of the third billion of population. And in the last 60 plus years, from 3 billion, the human population has increased to about 7.5 billion. I'm not, of course, sitting in judgment of nor making a pointed derogation of this fact, but the fact remains something that we have to contend with. So we are facing an accelerated growth in population. And conceptually, we can't think of population reduction from this, because as human evolution and history unfold, there are a lot of unforeseen traps. There is a principle called the principle of unforeseen consequences. When you do a certain thing, certain adverse consequences follow which were not budgeted for in your mind. And a lot of this obviously has happened as human history and evolution have unfolded. So at one level, this is who we are in factual terms. And at another level, I would like to draw your attention to some of these facts. First, we need to become aware of them. And at a second level, if possible, we have to try and be alive to this. I propose there is a difference being aware of something and being alive to that same thing. The liveliness is what brings out the response. Now, if you look at it, biologically, approximately 90% of the cells in your body and my body don't belong to you. They are the microbes in your gut, and they are the microbes on the skin. I'll leave you a moment to mull on this question of whether you have those microbes in your gut or whether those microbes have got a person mounted on them. And if you look at the earth at large, look at a forest, the huge life forms, gigantic trees, huge mammals like the elephants, rhinoceros, hippopotamus, bisons, and so forth, and the predators. These large life forms is what first takes our eye when we look at nature. Once again, the point is, these large life forms represent only 10% of the life in nature. 90% of the life in nature resides within a few inches of the topsoil. And we are still lacking in a proper science of that. Identical situation pertaining to the life forms on the seas. The whales that you know, the dolphins, the sharks, and all the gigantic creatures comprise only about 10% of the life in the oceans. 90% of the life in the oceans is the green chlorophyll containing planktons that exist within a few inches of the tropical sea surfaces. So the emergence is very clear. All higher life form on Earth is utterly dependent upon a substratum and an essential base of microbial life. Inadvertent truncation or damage of it that we have caused through agricultural revolution, where no one ever thought of these microbes in the gut, has spawned a plethora of human problems that presents itself as the health crisis requiring a healthcare industry, it is interesting to note that animals in the wild, even today, don't require this elaborate and complex health and medical care. It is not that they don't fall ill, they do. Either they recover spontaneously or nature terminates them. Furthermore interesting, I am sure you would have heard of the name mitochondria. Sorry to inflict this on you. Coming out of the classroom, here is a gentleman who is inflicting the same things on us. There is compelling evidence to suggest that this mitochondrion was an independent microbe that existed in the environment that some way migrated into the cell and started functioning as what is called an endosymbiont, a symbiotic agent that is residing within us. You might be aware that the mitochondrion doesn't share our genes, it brings its own. Therefore, we really have no control over that. My digestive system is very powerful. I am able to eat quite a lot and throw it into the blood. But my mitochondrion can say, I have no use for all this food that you are eating and assimilating. Better take it and park it somewhere. You have a bloated modern individual. Also, even more intriguing is the fact that out of the human genes, at least about 30 to 40,000 of them have been identified, which have to do with expression or the synthesis of proteins which bring about executive tasks within the body. And there is compelling evidence to suggest that these genes are actually microbial genes from our evolutionary past. At various times of our existence on Earth, we seem to have munched many of these microbes, appropriated their material, and then passed the genes and appropriated them into our own genome. So from where we are looking at compelling evidence for the microbial basis for life. Up to now, I have not even touched upon what we have to do about all this. I confess, I am completely ignorant of what can be done or what should be done. As a technician who is working in this field, I am largely limiting myself to painting the nature of the solutions and inviting your fresh creative minds to bear on this issue, whether you wish to perceive it as a problem that needs to be addressed, an issue to be grappled with, or nothing at all, which invites or requires no response on my part, and we can continue complacent is a call that you have to take. I leave that to you. So this is how our species have evolved. And today, what are we doing with the microbes? There was a time in human history where human beings used to hunt with bows and arrows. That was for food. A slightly later time in human history when we used to hunt with guns. That was for sport. At this point of time, we are still hunting with Lysol and Dettol. That is out of neurosis. I invite you to look at that. We don't need to kill these microbes. Louis Pasteur et al. Did not say microbes cause disease. They only said certain microbes under certain circumstances can cause certain diseases in certain people. Your ambience has to be tidy and clean, but not sterile. It's a little complex and time intensive for me to go into the nitty-gritty of it, but believe you me, as a technician working in this field, I can tell you a whole lot of these modern problems, including obesity, are indeed linked to an adverse composition of our intestinal microbes fundamentally. In other words, our monkeying around with life forms and nature is paying us back with many kinds of dysfunction. This is one thing that we need to become aware of, and then we need to be alive to. A lot of what happens in history is not anybody's conscious decision. From the perspective of an individual, it can simply be deemed as a historical accident. So the agrarian revolution was a historical accident, so was the industrial revolution. The consequent massing of populations into towns and cities gave rise to the surge in infectious diseases, which were thankfully quickly curtailed owing to the discovery of antiseptics and antimicrobials that we know as antibiotics. At that point of time, it was over-applied. And this is something that we are becoming retrospectively aware of. We didn't know it then. It is inviting our attention now. So the non-communicable diseases of the 20th and 21st century owe their origins to what we did a little before, armed with the tools of science, but lacking in the knowledge of a comprehensive science. This is one thing about science. We know, but we will never ever know all there is to know. So while the scientific method is effective, we also need to be tentative. You cannot be cocksure. So going forward, what can we look at? I'm sure your young minds can generate more creative solutions than my aging brain can. So I exhort you to start looking into this question as a primary stakeholder of an amazing planet that we have, whose ancestors, to be charitable to them, have unwittingly brought us down the path of controversy and destruction. I am not very old, but the carbon dioxide content of the air when I was in college was deemed to be 0.03%. Now it is 0.04%. We are talking about these words: climate change, greenhouse gases, okay? Look at the fact that these notions are reductionistic. They don't accurately represent the width and the depth of the issue. The width and the depth of the issue is much larger than this. It cannot be reduced to mere climate change or trapping of greenhouse gases or something like that. It's a much larger picture. Point of fact, modern man is still locked in the notion of thinking of myself and the environment as if they are two different things. Very clearly, if we can see, it is calling out our attention to the fact that it cannot be separated like that. We are not separate from the environment. Mull on this question, and then obviously the principle of unintended consequences. By default, we have created various systems. By default, I would say, including the system of modern education, which is a default creation of the Industrial Revolution. When the Industrial Revolution happened, we needed the organizations to get this thing working. We needed to create the machines to do the work for us. So we instituted a so-called system of education which aims at training the logical part of the mind to solve problems. So consequently, unwittingly, we might have given the go-by or ignored large other facets of the human mind. In the main, modern education could teach you to answer the question of livelihood, but have we learned to answer this question of life? And that's what we need to look at and learn. And secondly, a lot of ravage that is happening on earth is engineered by legal personalities which are not real people. Governments, corporations. Now look at what stakes they have and what stakes we have. We are human beings, we need to live here. Democratic governments usually have a tenure of 5 years. So their agendas run into only that much. 5 years or thereabouts. As far as corporations are concerned, we don't even know what they do and how they operate. And I want to repose before you as young, intelligent, fresh minds a question that Carl Sagan posed 30 years ago. Just look at the fact, how many powerful people like heads of state do understand technology? Please ask yourself this question. How many heads of state, presidents, prime ministers, who take large decisions on behalf of mankind, how many of them understand science and technology? How many corporate heads understand science and technology? Here I am not limiting the name technology merely to information technology or cybernetics at large. So if the decisions pertaining to these are being taken by these people who don't understand it, they are excluding you, who is the legitimate stakeholder. So please become aware of this and next become alive to this. Because science has put in our hands a very powerful tool. It has taught us to do large things of far-reaching consequence which no one knows how to control. And for a little more detailed exposition of the same topic, I commend you to make a note of this. You can Google this. A short essay called "What is Education For?" Either make a note of it, or please register this in your mind. Google it up. It's a page and a half that can give you a very profound orientation. What is education for? Author David Orr. And there have been works of significance which have been there for a long, long time, like the works of E.F. Schumacher. Small is Beautiful. A small, beautiful book, about 200 pages, which can be read through clean, like you can read a newspaper. Nothing to mull upon or digest there. I commend you to come to grips with that. And last but not least, I am reiterating a truism, that is, we are creatures living on a planet with finite resources, and therefore there is no way our demands on this ecosystem can be infinite. We are living on a finite planet. We cannot afford to impose an infinite strain on this, no matter what anyone might tell us or convince us. Please be sure of this fact. So at the cost of being very fuzzy, not emerging with much concrete solutions at the end of it, I hope I have succeeded in taking you on an excursive journey through the vista of what has unfolded in terms of our own being on earth and the way we need to relate to the other creatures and the way we need to relate to earth. And I can simply cap it up by saying the earth doesn't belong to anybody, we all belong to the earth. Thank you for hearing me out patiently.
Hello. Yeah, sir told about the internal of the body from the beginning of the earth. This year theme is only one earth. That is world environment. But this theme is only one earth. Why only one earth? Because no other earth has got the life. And if you want to go to the nearest earth in the nearest sun, you have to travel 4.2 light years. Okay, light travels at the speed of 3 lakh kilometers per second. If you travel in that speed, it takes 4.2 light years. So that's why there is no second earth. So whatever the earth is there, you have to protect it. So sir also said about 10% of the animals are large animals. So really God must be crazy because he has created only 10% because elephants consumes 500 kg per day and they drink water 200 liter per day and they travel 800 kilometer per year. You think of how much it consumes all the green leaves. So human beings are actually, sir told, made up of small cells, correct? So every year we celebrate the birthday. But after 60 years, we will not celebrate birthday. We will make Shanti. Why Shanti? Shanti is not the wife. Huh? Shanti means peace. If you don't make Shanti in the 60th year, you will become peace. So because up to 60 years, there is a generation of new cells in the body. After 60 years, there is no generation of new cells. The existing cells you have to make up. Just like Aishwarya makeup. Otherwise, it is not possible. That's why every cell, sir said the mitochondria. Mitochondria are the powerhouse of the cells. So these powerhouses are very important. They prepare the energy for you by consuming the sugar. But if the sugar is more, you become very, very sweet. Doctor said, don't touch the sweet. You are already sweetest. So to maintain the body, you have to maintain with the yoga or with what the sir said. All those things you have to study actually. 1 gram of soil contains 400 lakh bacteria. Just 100 ml of water in nature contains 10 lakh microbes. So that means no water in this world is actually fit for direct drinking unless minimum requirement is the disinfection. What is the molecular formula of the water? Where it is available? No, not at all. Everywhere water is available with contamination. H2O is available only in the chemistry lab, not anywhere. Because it contains not less than 32 pollutants. If you go to the IS 10500, they have given all the 32 parameters. So there is no drinking water in the world. We are actually making it to drink, doing all the treatments. So that's why microbes are also very, very, very important because in one of the sloka in Bhagavad Gita, Tejejeti, Tannejeti, Taddureta, Samipiketa, Antarasya, Sarvasya, Tadu, Sarvasya Bhayata, Ajahamajaram, Chanadinedam Swam, Avikarasyadananda, Adiyanmu Otoman. Anu means what? Atom. Mahan means what? Mahan means what? Is actually a bigger animals. So it is the combination of the Anu and the bigger animals. God says, I am made up of the Anu and the bigger animals. So we have to protect them. We have to respect the microbes also. Don't wash your hands with the sanitizer. Required microbes. You have to consume the required microbes which are there in the, actually in the, that curd rice. Not the COVID. Don't take COVID. Okay. Now I invite the another person, Mr. Ashutosh Kumar Srivatsav. He's going to speak on the environment. Thank you very much.
Hi, Carmelites. How are you all? Enjoying Symposium? How is the climate outside? And how is the environment? Not good. So, you are all going to be the future to make it good. We have done whatever we have did. That is all over. Now you are the future. You have to think of how to make the climate good. Okay? First we should know understanding of the environment. What is the ill effects of the environment? This is our total earth, different layers of the earth. And now how much the oxygen we require? 14,000 liters of air we require every day. And in 70 years of our life, we require 65 trees to be planted. The air, whatever the oxygen is generated from 65 trees, we will be utilizing all those trees. So how many trees have you planted till now? Think of. Each leaf is going to give only 5 ml of oxygen per hour. And now the Indian government, what they do, they say plant the tree. Very good. Planting of tree is a very good thing. But have they ever think of how many tea trees are going to survive? Every time they say 5 crores tree have been planted. We also say we have planted so many trees. I'm from Indian Railways. We also plant every year the tree. And I think 60 to 70% dies off due to water or whatever it is. I must not mention here, but the thing is like this. So we must take care of the plants also. If we are going to plant a tree, plant 2 trees, 3 trees, whatever you like. But that should be saved at least for 5 years, unless and until it grows. Like in our home also, if the baby is there, baby is born, so baby care should be taken care of in the similar way. Baby should not be left at that age only. So similar is that of the plant. You have to first take care of their plant, then only the plant will take care of you. And very small things are there, switching of vehicles at traffic lights, moving on, cycle, foot, wherever we can move. These type of things we can use, reuse, recycle, and refuse are few other things. Just Dr. Swami was telling about carbon dioxide. He mentioned about that. I just tell you that these are the 4 main gases which are there in the atmosphere. The nitrogen is 78.084%, oxygen is next to it, argon is next to it. The carbon dioxide, that is only 0.0314, what he sir told, 0.3%, that is very much correct. It is only the quantity is 0.0314%, to be more precise. And this plays a very important role. Because if there is no carbon dioxide, then also we are not going to survive. If there is a little more carbon dioxide, then also we are not going to survive. So presently what the problem is there, that carbon dioxide is increasing. These are the major greenhouse gases: carbon dioxide. Water vapor is also a form of a greenhouse gas, but it is being left alone because its life is very small. It goes into air, forms a cloud, and then precipitates. The life is no more. But carbon dioxide, methane, ozone, nitrous oxide, and chlorofluorocarbons are the main contributors. The greenhouse gases concentrates are the parts. This is counted as parts per million, part per billion, even the parts per trillion. So in 13 gallon of liquid, if there is a 1 drop of anything liquid, that is called part per million. That just I tell you about this. See, this is the now 0.0314% of the carbon dioxide. This now creates the main problem. The carbon dioxide is 79%, methane is 11%, nitrous oxide is 7%, fluorinated chlorides are 3% only. This is the whole constituent of 0.0314%. Now, what the problem is arising at present, the carbon dioxide during the pre-industrial age what we say is 1850 to 1900. At the time when there was no electricity, no industries, nothing was there. So that is called the pre-industrial age. So we all calculate the all environment issues on pre-industrial stage. And presently IPCC, Intergovernment Panel of Climate Change, on climate change, this is an international government body where all the countries are there. It was formed in 1988. Presently there are 195 countries who have joined this organization, and they are planning to how to improve the earth, Mother Earth, in the form of nature. So carbon dioxide in the pre-industrial age was 280 ppm, 280 parts per billion. That was the best time what we had. And presently in 2020, it came to 420.99 parts per million. So you can just imagine how fast we are developing. Is development good or not? Can you tell me? It depends. Because if we stop development, that also creates a problem. If we go on developing, that also creates a problem. So there has to be a balance. Like electricity is there. What we are using presently, the electricity, mainly we are using the fossil fuels, which creates carbon dioxide, methane, all these gases. So now government of India and the whole world, they are thinking to generate electricity through hydrogen gas. It is the latest technology, which I think you all will be the next scientists for those times. So green, how to get the green energy? So this is the just situation I'm telling you, that carbon dioxide during the pre-industrial period was 280 parts per million. which has increased to 421 parts per million in 2020. And in 1 year, again, it has increased to 1.8 ppm in 2021. This is the latest details. Similarly, for methane, I can say it was 700 parts per billion, which has now increased to 1900 parts per billion. Similar is the nitrous oxide, fluorinated gases. These are all the gases, they are now increasing and increasing, which are creating the problem. Now, what the problem is? The international organization, what I just told, IPCC, they have decided that by 2100, we should not increase the temperature by 1.5 degrees centigrade to the pre-industrial age. Now, what was the temperature of pre-industrial age? It was only 14 degrees centigrade. And the government has decided, all the governments of 195 countries, they decided that we should not increase the temperature more than 1.5 degrees centigrade. But what is the situation at present? We are almost 1.1 degrees centigrade. We have already increased. What are the human activities affect the global warming? Can anybody? What are the human activities which create the global warming? Yes? Burning of fossil fuels? Yes? Deforestation? Yes? Pardon? No. No, because that using deodorant, I don't think it creates a pollution, because it is something related with the ozonization. Yes, ma'am? Yes, excessive goods. Yes, true, very true. See, these are the main contributors. Transportation is the most important part, because all fossil fuels are being used for transportation, and it contributes 33%. Diesel, petrol, gasoline, whatever we are using, these are the 33% of the total contribution is done by the transportation. Second is electricity. How we develop electricity? By burning of coal. We are burning the coal mainly. There are other types of things also, and this contribute around 31%. So 33% of transportation and 31% of electricity. These are the major contributors. Others are also there. Industry is also there. 16% is there. So what we are going to think of, that whole of the world is deciding that how to get the green energy. You might have heard about EV vehicles, electric vehicles. Now they are considering of going to the electric vehicles because of they will be not using the fossil fuels. We are thinking of going the hydrogen-based vehicles also. So electricity and transportation, if we reduce, we will be reducing a considerable amount of temperature. These are the global warming potentials. CO2 is considered as a baseline, considered as 1. Methane considered at 27 to 30 times more than carbon dioxide. Then nitrous oxide is 273 times more lethal than carbon dioxide. And chlorofluorocarbons and hydrofluorocarbons, these comes into thousands to 10,000 times of carbon dioxide. So as we go on increasing to these levels, means they will be destroyed in a longer period. So this will remain in the atmosphere. That's why we want to reduce these greenhouse gases. These are all called greenhouse gases. This is the non-fossil contribution, what I just told you, transportation, electricity, industry, residential, commercial use is 12%, and non-fossil fuel gas is 8% only. What is the effect of global warming? What we talk about global warming, what is the effect? This I just told you earlier that the pre-industrial temperature was around 14 degrees centigrade, which is now in decades to decades they are increasing. And now it has come to 15.1 degrees centigrade around. And we are trying to restrict it by 15.5 degrees centigrade, that is 1.5 degree above pre-industrial temperature. If we increase 1 degree centigrade of the global warming, what the ill effects will affect? These are just I have mentioned here. I don't want to go to all. The people will start dying. There will be flood. There will be drought. Different air combinations, Atlantic, thermohaline circulations starts to weaken. All things will happen. If we go to increase to 2 degrees centigrade, what will affect? The water availability will be will drop down by 20 to 30%. Crop yield 5% to 10%. People will be exposed to malaria by 40 to 60 million. And 10 million people will be affected by coastal flooding. Like glaciers will be started melting, creating rise in temperature of the sea level also. And to the ultimate, what will happen? Low coastal areas and the islands are going to sink. There will be no habitation at all. 3 degrees centigrade, what will happen? This I have just mentioned here. What will happen by 4 degrees centigrade? This is the crop yield will reduce by 15 to 35%. Once the crop yield is reduced, the people will start being affected. Just sir told that how the people are increasing also. So the similar with the increase of people and reducing of yield, that will also create a problem. 7 to 300 million people will be affected in the coastal flooding also. Having some serious discussions? Is it there? 5 degrees centigrade, the large Himalayan glacier will disappear. Ocean's acidity will rise. Sea level rise threaten to small islands, low-lying coastal areas such as Florida and other major cities such as New York, London, Tokyo, all will be affected. So these are the ill effects what we are facing, what we are imagining and what we are giving, that what will happen if the temperature will go on rising. This is the seriousness of the temperatures and all. In last year in October month, there was a meeting at Glasgow, which is called as COP26, Conference of Parties. That was done in Glasgow. There we had made certain commitments. There nobody restrict to other, but they give commitments to each other that what we are going to do. Our Prime Minister also made certain commitments on that. So we have made commitments regarding that how much we are going to produce the green energy, how we are going to reduce the fossil fuels, how we are going to make all these things. So that has been mentioned also in the last. One thing I will just ask you, that during the COVID period, in the initial COVID, did you find the climate good or bad? Very good, no? Why? No? Yes. There was no transportation at all, because I just told you the two important things, no? Transportation and electricity. So there was no transportation at all. Only one single thing. And secondly, one thing was the industry. The industries was also stopped. So 33% of the transportation and 16% of the industry, what I mentioned earlier, contributed 40% of the whole, that stopped. And that made the climate so environment good. So we can think of that, in spite of us doing all other activities, if we try to reduce these two, the climate and environment can change. So that is a very important thing what we learned from COVID. Although there were very bad experiences, but this was a good experience. So these are the different scenarios I have mentioned here. I'll be giving it to ma'am if anybody wants to read. That given the global temperature, already we are having 1.1 degree above the pre-industrial level, limiting our future to 1.5 degrees centigrade is seen by most of the scientists' best case climatic scenario. It's very difficult to restrict ourselves by 1.5. But if we are not going to control by today, it will create a problem and it may rise to 2 degree, 3 degree, 4 degree, and then the consequences will be very much irreversible. And that cannot be reversed even. Even if you all try to at later stage to change it back to the less temperature, it won't affect. Indian government has made certain commitments. Achha, what is the problem, what we are facing, why we are unable to do anything? This is the, I just made, that what the blame game we do. Public says it's politician should decide. Politician says the public, I will lose election, we will lose election. Politician says corporation should decide. Corporate says they won't stop us. Like that, we are all playing the blame game among each other. So some of the friends asked in the earlier also why the government doesn't make the rules and regulations like that. So these are the main features why government also feel government can do in one day, stop all the things. But then we call it a dictator. It is a dictator government. They don't allow us. We will go to court. So, like, just I give you an example of helmet. It is a very simple thing. It is to support us from accident. But the people were not wearing helmets. And even nowadays, even after so many rules and regulations, nobody wants to wear helmet. Only we wear helmet because of saving from challan. That we will be challaned, that's why we should wear helmet. Why? It is for your safety. It is not for the safety of the government of India or government of Karnataka. But that's the way we use the challan. This is the government overshoot day, how the earth day, overshoot day is the day where we say we consumed water, how much the resources of the earth, Mother Earth we have taken. So this is the overshoot day. These are the different temperatures and different photographs what has been computerized details how the temperature will go on increasing and how will be the each countries will be affected. I'll not go much in details of this. This is the pre-industrial day temperature, like 19 till 1940 we were having a very good temperature difference. It was within the limit, but after 1940 it has started until 2020 what the temperature has come. See, this is the details we have gone. Coming to the COP of 26 pledge taken by our Prime Minister, India did expected, unexpected, that net zero by 2070. This is the commitment made by our Prime Minister in Glasgow. That by 2070, the emission, whatever we will make, it will be equivalent to whatever we will be producing green gases and all. And the greater use of renewable energy by 2030 than previous target, D, commitment meeting half of the all energy requirements from the renewable energy by 2030, reducing the carbon intensity of the Indian economy of less than 45%, what was used in 2005. These are the commitments what we have made in front of 195 countries. If we are going to be net zero by 2070, India has to develop electric vehicles, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheeler vehicles, and 84% of the total cars and 79% of the trucks should be battery and electric operated. So supposing the government of India says today, everybody should go battery operated, will you agree? By 2023, all will be battery operated cars, scooters, motorbikes will be there. Will you agree? Why? It is good for the climate. Pardon, ma'am? Yes, because what will happen to our vehicles? We have purchased the vehicles, car, motorbikes, scooters. So these are the problems which government has to think before making any decision. So what the rightly ma'am told, that unless and until we get the conversion methodology for our vehicles at very low cost, we are not going to allow that. In spite of that, electric vehicles are very good. So these type of problems comes in front of the government. So they have to think in a meticulous way. You know what happened to Sri Lanka? Anybody can tell about what happened in Sri Lanka, what the crisis happened? Why? You know, the government of Sri Lanka, what they did? They ordered that the chemical fertilizer should be banned. And they had no other idea that how the other fertilizers are going to be utilized. So this is not the way the government should work. They have to think of whole country. So friends, it will be, this is the revised target made on 5th of August only, which has been given to the IPCC. That 45% will be 2030 from level of 2005, mentioning the 1 billion ton of carbon emission reduction will be made. This is just in this month only, last month, sorry. The current installed capacity is 404 gigawatts consisting of coal-based 204 gigawatt, is 50%, renewable energy is 114 gigawatts, 28%, hydro is 47 gigawatt, 12%, nuclear power generation is 7%, and gas-based is 24, and lignite and the others are 8 gigawatt. So these are the commitments what we have made, and these are the sustainable development goals what international panel of IPCC has made, that 17 where the roles, where you have to play the roles. Goal number 1, end of poverty in all its form everywhere. Goal number 2, zero hunger. Goal number 3, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all stages. Goal number 4, quality education. Goal number 5, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Is this correct for you? Goal number 5? Yes. Goal number 6. So will you work on this or not? Yes. This is one of the part. We can work also. Ensure access to water and sanitation for all. This is also a good work. Ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy. This is goal number 7. Goal number 8, promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth, employment and decent work for all. Goal number 9, build a resilient infrastructure, promote sustainable industrialization and foster innovation. 10th is the reduce inequality within the and among the countries. Make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, sustainable. 12, ensure sustainable consumption and production of production pattern. Goal number 12, ensure sustainable consumption and production of water pattern. 13, take under urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. Take urgent action. This is the part, same one. 14, conserve the sustainability, use the oceans, seas, marine resources. Goal number 15, sustainability, manage forest, combat desertification, halt and reserves, land degradation, halt diversity and losses. 16th, promote just, peaceful and inclusive society. 17th, revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. So these are the 17 goals what has been given by IPCC, and we can choose any of that. You can take any part of that and try to do whatever you can do the best. This is my best wishes to all Carmelites. I hope you all will be. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Sir told about climate change and also the 17 goals set by the WHO, or United Nations Environmental Programs. I am definitely know that not even a single goal is going to achieved in India unless you control the population, because it all depends upon the population only. Okay, yeah. Sir told actually vehicles in Bangalore, you should know Bangalore, there are about 80 lakhs vehicles are registered in Bangalore. Assume 50% are on road. That is 40 lakh vehicles are on road. Assume only 1 liter petrol or diesel consumed. That means 40 lakh liters is actually burning on the roadside. 42% of the air pollution in Bangalore is because of the vehicles. 10% of the air pollution is because of the bad roads. So including 62% the air pollution in Bangalore is because of the RTO and other one because of the BBMP, not by the Pollution Control Board. Pollution Control Board is look after only the industrial pollution. So we measured it 10 years back. It was only 14% of the air pollution in Bangalore is because of the industrialization. So this is the problem actually here. So rising of 1.5, already atmospheric temperature is raised 1.5%. Already you are actually, the climate change impact is visible to the Indians. The North Indian, the seas are actually flooded. The South Indians rivers are flooded, and there is a melting of ice. Once the ice is melted in the Himalaya, then there is no water in Ganga River. So Ganga River is flows from Gangotri to Calcutta, 2,000 kilometers. It will be dry for 3 months. So there is no water supply to Delhi itself. So they may all migrate to Bangalore. So we have to be very careful actually. This climate change is going to a problem to all of the citizens of the South India, because they are going to migrate. If there is a rise in the ocean is actually about 4 to 5 meters of the sea level is going to rise. So all the world population, 60% of the world population is actually living in the coastal line. Then you have to rehabilitate all the coastal people. Mangalore people, Chennai people are coming back to the Bangalore. So you have to think up actually. Bangalore is 1 kilometer above the sea level. It is not going to be flooded. It may be flooded with the population then. Yeah, sir told everything clearly. Now question and answer session. So you can take up the question and answers. Yeah, kindly. Which our speaker has to give answer, you have to clearly mention. Okay, if they are not going to give the answer, I will give the answer, don't worry.
So come on, people, wake up and let's have some questions.
My question is for Priya, ma'am. Ma'am, when did you realize that you have to make a change in the environment? What was your first step?
Thanks very much for that question. I wish I could tell you there was a particular time it really happened, but I think if I had to really look back, I think my trigger was the steel flyover Beda movement, because that was literally, one, it was literally in my backyard. The second thing is was a huge issue. And what I felt like was so powerless. And here I was, 25 years in business, quite well known, doing my work, effective and successful in my work. But here I was in a space in my own city, just feeling helpless. And at that time, a minister, I still remember, made a statement to the press saying, see, you've elected us, now let us do our job. So basically, they can muck up the whole city, they can hold us to ransom, but that's fine, because they are the rulers and we are the ruled. I have never been a rebellious person, but for me, the shock of that statement and the ownership of that statement by that politician, that is, you are the ruled, we are the rulers, I think really made me wake up and said, did I forget what democracy was all about? How cowardly are we? How backed into the corner are we? And is it really true that nobody will listen because these guys have the power? So for me, I think it was essentially that feeling that this city is going to be destroyed right in front of me, because we could physically see, somebody physically did a drone and realized what we were going to lose. So it was very physical. What we're going to lose is very physical. The loss was very real. The approach of the politicians was very strong, saying, hum decide karenge, you shut up and sit down. Don't talk nonsense. We know everything, you know nothing. You be the ruled, we will rule. I think the shock of that, saying, where have the citizens of this country gone? What do we need to do? I don't think I thought about it that sophisticatedly. Mine was, I think, outrage. But the beautiful thing was that I was not alone. So when I started voicing my outrage, saying, how the heck is this being allowed to happen? I found waves of resonance. People stepping up, people like you and me. So normally you think that there's a particular kind of person who will fight on your behalf. It was regular Joes, people who were my friends, my colleagues, and that became a movement. So for me, my trigger was the feeling, something that happened literally in front of my eyes, one. And the second was the feeling of helplessness and lack of empowerment, which I said as a thinking citizen of this country and as an intelligent being who wants to participate but has always been on the sidelines, it's not going to happen. I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen. I've got to do what it takes to bridge that divide. So that was, I think, for me, the moment. There are many other sub-moments of emotion, outrage, but I think it happened far too late, but yes, that I think was my moment. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am. My question is to Ms. Priya again. My question is, one of the major reasons we are shifting to electric vehicles is to save fossil fuels, petrol and diesel in particular. But generation of electricity also requires burning of coal, which is in turn a fossil fuel again. So how is it protecting the environment in any sort?
I'm not too sure whether I'm qualified to answer that question, but I do believe that the movement towards electric has to be thought through and considered, because it's all about the source. So if the source is also, not reusable, then and not sustainable, yeah, of course, please do take over that. They would be the better persons to answer. But my humble input is this: that there is no question about the fact that the transition has to happen. But the transition has to happen for the right reasons and with the right resources. Because otherwise we're going to be plugging into our precious electricity thing at home, where the power is 6 rupees 40 paisa per unit or some nonsense like that. And it comes from a non-sustainable source. So the point of using electricity is lost. So this whole blanket thing of, I agree with you, the blanket thing of saying, oh, we must all shift to Teslas tomorrow is valid, but it's a qualified move. And it has to be thought through. Somehow the government doesn't seem to be pulling this all together. If you look at the whole focus on EV buses, we had an entire budget that was available. I think maybe 100 crores or something that was available for a trial thing for EV buses 2 years ago. It lapsed. So there is, unless we drive it, but drive it for the right reasons, it's not going to happen. My feeling is also when we start, getting into minutiae, the focus will be lost because we're not moving in the right direction. So broadly, I think the move to EV is something which is required. But we need to challenge the system to do it for the right reasons, with the right sustainable and reusable resources. And we all have to be careful about what we use. Each of us, please remember this, and I'm going to add this, sorry, I know, Mr. Srivastav, you would be happy to jump in and be more qualified to jump in on this. But I need to share with you one small little input. My office is 1 kilometer away, right? I would still drive, sometimes I would walk or whatever. But I never realized till I stepped into the steel flyover, that whole campaign that we had founded and started and moved on, I had no idea that we had the second largest number of vehicles in the country, only next to Delhi. We had the largest number of two-wheelers in the country. We had 1.5 times the number of vehicles than a city like Bombay, which has got more than, probably double our population. The statistics staggered me because I realized that there was an encouragement to move into single-person transport. So you go in your kinetic Honda, I go in my car. There's no focus at all. If the government had started 20 years ago, the focus on buses, suburban rail, and on metro. Metro, of course, is very sexy, right? Because you spend 10,000 crores. And if you sneeze, you'll spend another 10,000 crores. Nobody wants to do things like suburban rail because it's like, it's kind of like very, very aunty to do that. But metro is very like hot and happening. That's rubbish. We really need to focus on buses. We need to focus on mass transportation, and it has to be cool to be on mass transportation. If you are taking a car or a bike to work,
or to college, you're like uncool. You should be using public transport. You should be Ubering. You should be doing things that do not add, do not pressure the environment. And it's only when we realize how much there was in terms of transportation, pressure on the city, that we moved. So I had a very rich friend who came and said, but Priya, how does it matter? Because, anyway, I'm going to take my car to work. So, but these people, so much traffic on the road, it's horrible. I can't manage, it takes me 1.5 hours. I said, whatever her name was, I said, from your house, if you step out, it's a 30-minute ride to Whitefield, where now it's 2 hours, right? And there's a little bit of a last mile which you have to do. Yeah, but I'm not the one who's going to be able to do that. I said, okay. So I figured out how to handle her. I said, okay, so let us assume all the idiot Priyas here, okay, will take the Whitefield suburban rail from Kant to, and in 30 minutes they will reach their work. But guess what? You can now reach work much faster because idiots like Priya are now on the train. Ah, that's a good idea. So basically, let us idiots go on the train. These fancy fellows can go in the cars and go faster. I'm saying this with humor because you have to stroke everybody differently. But the fact is, when we did a program called Chukubuku Beku, we were shocked to find the connectivity that exists in the city. Do you know it takes, and you guys have gone on this journey last week, 30 minutes or 40 minutes to reach the airport from here. And guess how much we pay, all of us? It took us ages to get that going. So when we have systems that are moving, we will move. I'll give you another small example. We all know Cantonment Station here. So do you know, I don't know whether you know this fact, but there's somebody called Raj Dugar who's been fighting, all of us have been fighting for this, but the most important thing with any form of transportation is trying to make sure that it is unified. So your bus, your train, your metro ends up at the same place. So you can move from one place to the other or move modes of transport without worrying. So somebody from Sarjapur can come into this airport, I'm using airport again as a casual thing, can come in and go seamlessly to the airport within an hour. So guess what? So you know where the Cantonment Station is, right? Guess where the metro station was supposed to come up? It was supposed to come up right opposite, in the parking lot where it would have been underneath. So it would have been like 10 meters away from the actual station. So you would come from Sarjapur, take your, in the metro, take the metro in, change, to the train, to the airport, 5-10 minutes seamlessly, and you're on your way. That's it, all in the same station. But guess what happened? Politicians had their view because they wanted to make sure that real estate would go up. So the same station, the metro station, which should have been in the same place as the Cantonment Station, moved to Bamboo Bazaar, which is more than 800 to 1,200 meters away. Can you imagine carrying your bag for that much of time? Do you know how much damage that one move has made for unified transportation in the city? It has already been done in Majestic, where the bus, train, and metro should have been unified but are not. Now they're creating connectivity. Does it make sense to you? So do you understand why you have to be part of this? If today your daughter, 20 years from now, suffers a security issue or is assaulted on the way because she's, in that 100 meters of carrying a suitcase across or whatever at 11 in the night, is assaulted because there's no connectivity, is that right? She can't go to work because she doesn't have connectivity, so she spends on expensive transport. Is it right? When it was possible to do it right, why didn't we do it? So these are the questions you need to ask yourself. So the questions that weren't asked 20 years ago, we are asking it now. And it'll benefit you. We're not going to get benefited by it. So you need to ask the questions that will benefit the next generation so the city can become more vibrant, more quick, more action-oriented, and you can move from one place to another place within the shortest period of time. You don't need a car. You don't want to sit and, put out fossil fuels, emit carbon monoxide, and also take 2 hours to go to one place from one place to the other. So, long answer, short question, we have a lot of ownership. So let's just make sure we do that. Sorry.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. My question is to Ramaswamy, sir, from first floor. Being a science student, I've always wondered if science and environment can be bridged, because every time we feel that anything we invent is harming the environment. Do you really think that these two elements can be bridged and the development is still possible?
The question is from the first floor on top.
You told Ramswamy, na? I am waiting for the Ramswamy. I am Kumar Swamy actually, okay. Okay. Yeah, you see actually,
I said you still have to answer.
I will answer, no problem, okay. Swami is there now, I will answer as a Swami. Okay, you see, actually, science and environment, yeah, both are actually together, actually. You see, there are many inventions are actually done in the past. That is science only. That's why you are enjoying this beautiful auditorium. Without a civil engineer, we cannot sit here. So for all these things, actually, you have to use the same resource. The cement, the jelly, the steel, everything is actually coming from the same earth, actually. So if you want science, then you have to leave the environment. If you want environment, then you have to leave the science. It's very difficult to have a sustainable development here. I told now 68,000 new children took birth in India, whether yours or somebody's. But you have to give the basic things to them, milk, other thing, shelter, house and all those things, it has to come from the same earth. So that's why actually what is the 17 goals set by the WHO is impossible to actually implement in India. And the previous question is also, the electricity is generated in Raichur. So Raichur is less populated. India is more populated. So if you use more electrical vehicle in Bangalore, then the Bangalore environment is going to be improved. But no doubt actually it is going to actually add this global warming, because wherever the emission, it goes to the space and it controls the whole environment of the world. That's why science is required. Now the science is, I'm telling you, the future science is that they are working on hydrogen energy. Once the hydrogen energy is actually succeeded, is 100%, there is no carbon dioxide emissions. So definitely there is no global warming. You know, actually sun is actually emitting the rays or emitting the radiation 10,000 degrees centigrade. That is 6,000 degrees centigrade is the sun's outer surface temperature, and 20 million degrees centigrade is the inside temperature. But there is no smoke in the sun. Though it burns 4 million hydrogen, 4 million ton hydrogen per second. There is no emission. So that technology is coming. That's why science is very important to helping the environment. Once that is passed, so you'll free to take hydrogen as an energy. Now the hydrogen energy is actually used by the satellite launching and the missile launching. The same technology, because hydrogen and oxygen both are very explosive gases. So if 1 liter of hydrogen is leave to the environment, it expands to the 800 times. So that's why to contain it, the technology is required. Once the hydrogen energy is passed, definitely environment is going to be a greener one. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. This is a question from the first floor. My question is to Ashutosh Kumar, sir. It's specifically regarded to the Sustainable Development Goals, the 14th one, marine life below water. So we all know that coral reefs lose their color because of the climate change, and also microplastic accumulation is such a huge problem right now. So these solutions to these problems, they're so expensive, and it's also so much trouble. Most people feel that. So would you suggest prevention at right where we are, or a full-fledged solution, to solve the present problem?
Thank you, ma'am. First, we should go for prevention, what we think, what I personally think. Like, if we try to reduce the temperature as much as possible, because once the disease has occurred, then you think of the cure. That is better to for a preventive medicine should be there, no? Is it there or not? Do you agree?
Yes.
So we should try, because once there will be a change, it won't be possible to get it back. You won't be able to retrieve that coral, or won't be retrieved to those all aqua animals and all. It will be very difficult. You won't be able to retrieve again. So we have to try to reduce our temperature. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have another question to Mr. Ashutosh. Sir, could you please give us some input about what are carbon markets and how are they impacting us?
Pardon?
Could you please give us some input about what are carbon markets and how are they impacting us?
Carbon markers or markets?
Carbon markets.
Carbon markets is a totally different subject, ma'am. It will take a lot of things. If you want, you can take my number and we can have a separate chat on it. In fact, what the different governments are doing, that they are purchasing wherever it is not possible. It's very difficult. Like supposing a very small place is there which they are not able to get carbon neutral or zero carbon, then they are purchasing the carbon certificates also. So that is a totally different subject, and we are having a very small time. We can have a separate session for some online, if Genevieve ma'am will agree, we can have it. Okay, thank you.
Sir, there's another question. I'm so sorry. You suggested prevention is better, but in a world where now when we leave this, we're going to go home by auto, car, we're going to take Ola, and once we reach home, we need some food to bear with this day, so we are definitely going to order from Swiggy. And in a world like this, do you really think prevention is possible? In a world where you said public transport, we should use it more. So let's say we all abandon our cars and switch to public transport. Wouldn't we need as many buses as we did cars? And these buses take more energy than cars did. In fact, actually, would you prefer to travel back to Uttarakhand by plane or by car ride to car ride to car ride?
Ma'am, just I tell you one thing. In your time, you are thinking about Ola, Swiggy, Zomato, but can you think about my time?
Yes, sir, I totally agree, but is your time going to come back?
Just hold on, please. Oh, just hold on. So in my time, when we used to have a cup of tea at night at 12 o'clock in my engineering college, I used to go 8 kilometers on my bicycle. Do you think of? So it is your generation. What I mean to say, it is your generation. You are thinking of Zomato, you are thinking of that, Ola, you are thinking of all those things which are available at present. After 20 years, you don't know what will be the scenario. So government of India or the different governments, what they are thinking of the future, not of the present. The future is that we have to think of green energy. So it may be possible, electric vehicle. Just one of my friends just told about the electric vehicle, whether it will be useful or not. So it is not useful for the day. I agree. But after 5 years, if we are able to develop green hydrogen gas, green energy, then will we think of electric vehicle? No. We have to think right now. If we think of the electric vehicle right now, after 5 years, when we will be having electric vehicles, after 5 years we will be having the green energy, then only we can survive. So the government has to think in that way. Not only for the one way that Today we are using Ola, today we are using Zomato, today we are using all. Because same thing happened to us also. When I was young, I was also facing problem that time, and that problems all I coped up. I was in Malaysia when 1992. At that time, they used cell phone. I was surprised whether we can have in India or not, because the country is so big. I was not able to imagine in 1992 that India will have mobile phone, but it had. We are having all mobile phone, everything we are having. So that type of thing, this is imagining, and then this is the thing where you will play the important role. Tomorrow, you have to think of all those things. Today, you are at present in 10th standard, 12th standard. But after, say, again in next 10 years, you will be there. And the other students will be sitting over here, and you will be telling them your experiences. Okay?
Can I just
Thank you.
jump in to add to that? I can't see where you are, but
I'm right here.
So you'll have to wave or jump up and down.
Here, here, here.
Okay.
First floor.
All right. Okay, great. So if I can get the, I feel like the rhinestone cowboy with the light shining on me and all that. But hey, so I'm coming back to a point that I made during my chat, which is you can restate the problem any which way you want. Okay, it gets cuter, it gets it gets cleverer. So the end thing is, you made a point about is it better to be in a noisy, polluted bus? Is it better to be going from car ride to car ride rather than taking a plane? These are redundant arguments which just sound cute, but they don't do anything. It makes us sound very clever, but it does squat. Okay? So I come across numbers of intelligent people who give you the Hobson's choice, right? They say, would you prefer plastic or would you prefer this? The idea is we are in transition. If we have the goal that we want to move towards something which is sustainable, we will move towards it. But if I want to be able to find out what's wrong with my immediate environment and the fact that I'm going to continue with doing all of that, that's my choice. And hopefully you will be in a minority which will drown you out at some point, and which is a good thing. The important thing is to be able to be aware, and I really appreciate the fact that you're aware of what you're doing. But the conceptual and factual errors are the assumption that a bus is more polluting than a car or anything else, which is not. A bus takes 30 to 40 people and has a specific route, has a specific focus. And while we are relatively privileged, let me tell you, again, during the time of one of my campaigns, I was shocked to find out that we have, at this point, BMTC, which is a corporation, right? So we are considered to be a profitable corporation, not anymore, of course, that's a different issue. But a security guard cannot afford the monthly pass of 1,200 rupees because he has rent, food, and education to pay for. So he walks. And that's not on. And then he discovers a kinetic Honda is cheaper than going by bus. So there are two aspects to it. One is to be able to push for usage of public transport, which means it has to be more accessible, more safe, available at a greater number of points. But it also means that it has to be usable. There are places in the world where public transport is free. Not because somebody wants to, to be great, generous people, but because they understand that the moment public transport is free or cheap, less people use private transport. Like they said, the mayor of Bogota uses, or London or whatever, use public transport. Whereas here, the smallest of individuals want a car and a driver to go from point A to point B. And I've been guilty of that. So the issue is, do we want to sit sounding comfortable saying, these are the problems, what are we going to do? So I'm going to order this, that guy's going to take a bike. Figure it out. People have gone into the slow movement. What is it? What is the imprint? What is the footprint of what you're doing? If it works for you, let it work for you. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, dropping litter was not a big deal. And it was fine because at that time, most of the litter you dropped was not plastic. So paper would probably get degraded into the road or whatever. Things change. The beautiful thing is we change along with it. We're dynamic. We respond. When the environment or the earth calls to us, we respond. But if we want to be in a unit, like I found, for example, what you said was based on such a redundant thinking where you're saying, would you like to go from car ride to Uttaranchal rather than taking a plane ride? It's obviously sensible to take a plane ride. It's like public transport, except it's on a plane. What's so difficult to understand about that? Obviously, he's not going to take a car such a distance. So let's think sensibly. Let's argue and debate on issues that are valid, based on fact, based on reason, and not just because, it sounds cool to be able to say that. So, harsh but true. That's my point of view.
There's
Thank
a
you,
question
ma'am.
from the ground floor. Yeah. So, this is a common question for the whole panel. Since we are a
Identify
democracy...
yourself, please. What is your name?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is your name?
Shreya.
Shreya, hi, okay.
So, since we are a democracy, we can approach the government about our issues and, our concerns. But when it comes to the harmful MNCs and the corporate world, it's very private and very secure. So, what are the ways that we can take our voice out against them in a way that they'll acknowledge what we're saying?
I'm sorry, I'm going to jump into this again. Every corporate, an MNC or company, is governed by multiple agencies. You're seeing one on the left of me, Karnataka Pollution Board, right? You cannot move a muscle. Today, NGT has got very strong rules. You've got a number of different factors at play, especially environmental, labor-oriented. So let's understand that people may want to go left or right of it, but those structures exist. And the embarrassment, today everything is out there on public channels. People know that this is what's going to go wrong if we're not compliant. So if you're saying, how do we address this? It is the government and citizens' job to address it. When you were talking about the foaming lake was because industries around it were letting their chemicals into the lake. And how was that allowed? By sheer people who were complicit in this issue. Citizens stood up, made sure it got handled, and it got done. So you're right, some of the cases you need to be able to intervene because the boards or the structures that are required to administer or to monitor are not doing their job. So that public-private, that interchange is required, but mostly, I think most of it is out there. Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, this question is from the first floor. This question is for Dr. Sridhar.
Yes, sir. So we've come across like electricity can be used as fuel and even fossil fuels are used as fuels. So why don't we, and even hydrogen gas. So why don't we talk about graphene? Like it is less expensive and also it can be used as a fuel.
Graphene. Thank you for this question. Let me begin with an addendum to what she was saying. First of all, I spoke about traps. Events happen in history which are not done by you or me. Okay? We are the inheritors of whatever has happened in history. So, we have the proverbial and idiomatic person who is looked down upon, who is blowing away his grandfather's wealth. Right? We know about that person who is blowing away his grandfather's wealth. Today, the fact stands that we and our seniors, we have blown away the wealth that legitimately belongs to all of you. We have wrecked the earth for you. This is a fact, one fact. Point number 2, you know about simultaneous equations, you solve them. This is an incontrovertible fact. The other fact is, nature has its own ways of working. It cares nothing about whether I have good reasons or bad reasons for doing it. When I do something, nature responds the only way it wants to. It is not interested in my reasons for doing it. Thirdly, most of our learning is based upon the pedantic question-answer format. And it's a quote of Albert Einstein, that no problem can be solved by thinking at the level which caused the problem. So if you want to solution, you have to think at a different level, you have to think differently. And that differently is look at what needs to be addressed and do not be confined to what I can do. And lastly, I would say, I would reiterate that there is a principle of unintended consequences operating. When we do a thing, it's only much later we realize it is attended with consequences which were not budgeted for. I did not think about it. It belonged to the realm of the unknown. So graphene is a good idea. Bring it down to the earth and work with it. I can understand that. But there is always this principle operating. It will lead us into areas which is as of now not known. And I would pitch it squarely to your thought. If you look closely, every one of the problems that we are facing today arose from the solutions that we have put in the earlier days. I want you to get to this level of thinking.
Yeah, just I want to add a few things. Today the petrol, how much is the cost? 100 rupees plus or something like that. Now the hydrogen gas cost 260 rupees per liter. Will you use the hydrogen today? Because it is environment friendly. Nobody will like to use 260 rupees per kg. So the time is not there. We are waiting for it. We are developing the technology to reduce it further, to get it within the limit, and then only we can use it. So it may be, there are lots and lots of different types of green fuel. But the cost-wise, how much is there, we have to think of. Israel is very good in developing seawater as a drinking water. But what is the cost of drinking producing here? Because we are already having. But Israel is not having those drinking water. So there the cost may be different. For here, we have to think of for the day, whether we are going to spend so much money or not. So cost factor also goes side by side. Thank you.
I would like to add one thing before, to whatever we're saying. All of us here are going to go home by the end of this day, by tomorrow, having learned something. Sorry, have I missed something?
Feeling bored up.
Okay, sorry. So if I couldn't hear you, I'm so sorry. But my statement to you is, it's all very well for people like us to come in, have conversations, try and make an impact, share our stories. Because at the end of it, unless there's a resonance to these stories, unless there is something which says, okay, we share our failures, we share our successes, unless there's a resonance and you say, in my little world, what am I going to do which is different? This would be the most meaningless conversation that we've had, or the most meaningless panel that we've had. Every single time, I always wished that I had learned something a little earlier, or I had that aha moment a little earlier. Today, when we look back at what we've saved or what we've done, I did share with you a little while earlier about the fact that technically, which is not really true. But we could have lost 90% of our trees in Bangalore if it wasn't for the fact that somebody woke up and intervened, right? Whether it was really that dramatic or not. What have you done? So my question to you is a challenge to say, what are you going to do? Because without that, there's no thinking, there's no movement, and there's no action. And the worst possible thing, COVID has taught us this. There may be no earth. We don't have a spare. Normally we always keep one mobile phone spare, one this. We don't have a spare. So today, what you're doing, what you are going to incorporate from the conversations you've had, all the learnings that you will invest in, will define the future of this earth. So go back. As I would like to say no stress, but I'm saying stress yourselves out thinking about it. Right? Next question. I'm sorry I interrupted you. My apologies.
Thank you so much, Sridhar sir, for acknowledging that, the mistake that have been, committed by the past generation, and we are having to face the repercussions, and it's not fair. But my question is to Ashutosh sir. You said that our government is moving towards coal, clean energy. Well, I have seen absolutely no evidence at all. This last year, Coal India, which is a public sector of the government, which is one of the top 5 polluting companies in the world, approved 1 billion worth tons of coal to be produced in the next year. For what? To use that coal and then produce electricity to run cars. That's such a twisted way of saying, we are being eco-friendly because we are having electric cars. That's not the reality. And we also have hydropower. We have stopped doing hydropower projects because they are actually destroying the environment. So hydropower is also not working for us. Across the world, India is not moving towards clean energy. We are moving back. Europe has removed their sanctions on coal because they are trying to increase Russian sanctions. Just because for political power, they're going back on their COP26 promises. We are having Australia approve a 20-year-old mine, which is redundant. We are all lying to ourselves when we are saying this world is progressing. And the worst thing is that it is not our generation who is in power, who is doing all of this. It's actually the older generation who is continuing to do it after talking to us and saying that we are the ones who have to bring the change. Where is your contribution to the world here?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. That's why I told you earlier, you are the next generation. Whatever we have done, we have did. Whatever we felt better, we did. Now it is your generation, what is coming. Now coming to your question, what you just asked me. You go and Google, you will find Indian government in the Indian Railways. I am from Indian Railways, I can give you example for that. Recently, for 85 kilometers of track, they have started the initial project about using gas, hydrogen gas as a fuel. First example. You can Google it out, and you can, tender was floated, I think 8 or 9 months back. So that is in the initial stages they have done. Secondly, I give you the second example, you can Google around and just find it out. The Germany and other different countries in Europe, they had already stopped coal using as electricity. Listen to me, listen to me, listen to me. You just Google around, I tell you. And after this Ukraine war, they have again started because they are going to use this energy as alternate energy. They are not having, because the gas what they were getting were from Russia. You just Google around and find out. I am very particular about what I say. You just take out and European countries, because they are not able to use Russia has told that you have to transaction done in rubles only. And they are again switching back to, so there are a lot of problems. We cannot think in one way. That, like supposing, I told you one example of Sri Lanka, that they suddenly stopped pesticides, fertilizers, chemical fertilizers, suddenly stopped. What happened to them? So we cannot act in a one way that immediately you stop. There has to be a thinking, slow thinking, and everything is steady. It is from my generation, it will go to your generation. Think of you. You will be able to develop further. We are thinking of green energy as hydrogen. I just give you one more example. You Google around and find out that India was earlier using mercury as fuel. You will be surprised to know mercury was being used in our ancient ages as fuel, and we don't know the technology now. We have forgotten the technology. We are not able to know how the mercury can be used as fuel. And they were using it to interstellar destinations, going to different planets. We have forgotten all those technologies, and we are following the old technologies of new technologies. So, my friend, it is your generation. You have to think of in a new way.
I'm going to just jump in on that very interesting perspective. And I want to jump in on the point that you made. There is something which, girls, there is something that we all love to do, and I do it, you do it, which is outraging. Okay? So we outrage. How could they? Why did they? And I want my money back. Nobody's giving your money back. This is life. I want you to think, when you hear around you either elective or selective outraging, my request to you is hold that feeling. Keep that feeling, because that's what's going to save this world. But for God's sake, use your brains and channelize it. Use that outrage to get a difference made. Otherwise, when you talk or when you outrage, just look at it as the effluent on that lake. It's buzzing, it's making some waves, but it does squat, right? So outrage is good, channelizing is better.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, panel members, for making this session informative. At the end of it, we are all empowered, impacted, and motivated, so we can jointly contribute our share in redesigning the world of 21st century. No duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks, because thankfulness is the beginning of gratitude. While thanking the Almighty for His countless blessings, I'm here to spell out words of thanks to all the panel members and the moderator for making this session educative. My heartfelt gratitude to all the principals, staff, and students of the invitee colleges, Sisters of Mount Carmel Institution, Deans of UG and PG Mount Carmel College Autonomous. Special thanks to the convener of this National Symposium, Dr. Sister Genevieve, and the co-coordinator and convener, Ms. Babita Saldana. I also wish to express my sincere thanks to the former principals, staff of our college, media, technical team, organizing committee, teaching and non-teaching staff. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for all our Carmelites. You were such wonderful audience. This is an important announcement regarding the refreshments. Kindly pay attention. Refreshment will be served for all the panelists, moderator, and the principals of invitee colleges in the boardroom 1. Tea will be served in the basement Audi to all the staff of inviting colleges, sisters, former principal, and staff of our college. Students can collect your snack box at the Fatima block after the national anthem. Kindly rise and remain standing.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you and God bless.